Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation this morning will be delivered by Ron Bertel, our Assistant Auditor. After the invocation, please remain standing for the pledges.
Thank you. To provide a setting for the prayer today, I'd like to recount a very short story out of the Old Testament, 2 Chronicles 14. Asa was the king of Judah, and the Cushites were amassed against him with a mighty army. And in verse 11, Asa called to the Lord, his God, and said, Lord, there is no one beside you to help us in the battle between the powerful and those who have no strength. So help us, Lord, our God, for we trust in you. And in your name have come against this multitude, O Lord. You are our God. Let not man prevail against you. In the next verse, the Lord struck the Cushites down. Often we ask God to help meet our needs, but that's not the example of what we see in the prayer of Asa. He prayed to let no man prevail against you, the God. So let's echo those words and go to God in prayer. Lord, we come before you today asking for your help, that we may stand with you on the winning side. In this world today, there are powerful forces working against you, and we seek your help. We seek your help in seeing how we can work in the things that we have before us today to accomplish what you want to have happen. We seek your help in giving us the courage to act to bring about those things that you want to have happen. And we seek your power to accomplish the things that you want to happen, even when it seems beyond our strength and capabilities. And finally, we thank you for the long-suffering grace and mercy that you have bestowed upon our nation and this county, and we pray that these will continue. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have several announcements for the Court this morning. The first three deal with the Administrator's Office. Under item 9A1, we have included in your red folder a revised court communication as relates to the medical examiner's fee. The only correction on that was that these fees are to go into, in effect, October 1, 2008. There's a typo on our part. Also under the Administrator's Office, under item A5, this concerns the 2007 Consolidated Audit or Annual Performance and Evaluation Report with Community Development. There was a mistype on the court communication, just a date that we've changed. And then finally, under the Administrator's section, item A11, one of the things that was not included in one of the out-of-state travels was the destination of one of those. It is the last one that is included in the out-of-state travel. Also, members of the Court, I'd like to remind you that today we do have a work session, that it is to do the evaluations for the request for construction management services as it relates to the new civil courts building. We're going to be taking that work session as soon as we come back from closed session today. Your Honor, that's all that I have. Commissioner Johnson, I believe you said you had an item you wanted to remove from consent.
Yeah, I'll get to that when we get to consent.
Great.
Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of September the 16th.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Next is our proclamations and resolutions. And before we get into our proclamations, I want to note a couple of things. One, I want to take an opportunity to congratulate Commissioner Johnson. Last week we had the statewide commissioners and judges conference here in Fort Worth, and Commissioner Johnson went out as the president, and I know he's currently serving also as the president of the Texas Association of Counties. I think he was more than ready to give up. He enjoyed it, but more than ready to give up one of those positions from that standpoint. And I also want to thank the staff of Tarrant County. It was a great conference. We were, I guess, overshadowed a little bit by Hurricane Ike, but I know they did a great job, and Commissioner, it was a great conference, and I know you had a lot to do with that. So
GK and his staff and my staff did an outstanding job at that conference. I want to tell you that, and I have heard no negatives at all. The only negative I have is that valet parking caved the fender of my truck in, and I'm working with them on that now. But it was an excellent conference, and thank you for mentioning that. And yes, I am certainly glad to take one president's hat off.
And then I guess the other thing today that I want to make a note that we close the court today. This last week in Iraq, we lost 3 of our Texas National Guardsmen, Chief Warrant Officer Corey Edwards of Kennedale, First Lieutenant Robert Vallejo II of Richland Hills, and Sergeant Anthony Mason of Springtown. And so as we close our ceremony today, we'll keep them in mind for the ultimate sacrifice that they made to defending our country and the freedoms that we enjoy. So if you'll make a note of that, and I'll give you the spelling and everything when we get to the end of the meeting. Our first proclamation today is on 2008 Binational Health Week. Commissioner Brooks.
Would you read that into the record, please, sir?
You bet. Whereas the Secretary of Health and the Secretary of Foreign Relations of the United Mexican States, the Health Commission of the Institute for Mexicans Abroad, and United States-Mexico Border Health Commission, the California-Mexico Health Initiative, have recognized the necessity of improving access to health services to migrant and immigrant workers and their families. And whereas Binational Health Week, October 4th through 20th, reflects coordinated efforts between the United States, Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador to improve the quality of life of migrant and immigrant families by expanding their access to health care, increasing their health insurance coverage, and reducing the unmet health needs. And whereas Binational Health Week is going to be celebrated in 3 provinces in Canada, in 40 of the United States, with the participation of the consular networks and 7 participating countries, and in the Mexican states with high rates of migration. And whereas, according to the American Community Survey of the 2006 U.S. Census Bureau, the Hispanic and Latino population in the United States is 44,321,038. The Hispanic Latino population in Texas is 8,385,139. The Hispanic Latino population in Tarrant County is 414,598. And in the state of Texas, the percentage of Hispanic Latino population that is of Mexican origin is approximately 90%. And whereas Mexican origin migrants and immigrants and their families have limited access to health care, and improving the health of mobile populations requires multiple approaches in service design, delivery, funding priorities, and most fundamentally requires a strong commitment. And whereas the Binational Health Week has contributed directly to strengthening the physical and mental health of over 500,000 persons that received health interventions during the previous 7 Binational Health Week celebrations, and whereas a large part of the Binational Health Week is due to the existing partnerships and networks, including the county, the city health organizations, the public health systems, the community clinics, and Mexican hometown associations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the weeks of October 4th through 20th as Binational Health Week in Tarrant County, and further, Tarrant County encourages efforts to help increase the health and well-being of all people and supports the partnerships that can increase access and awareness of available health services. In witness whereof, we have heretofore set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2008.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And go ahead.
Jamie Scheid, the North Texas HIV Planning Council Coordinator, and Lou Brewer, the Director of Tarrant County Public Health Department, and Santos Navarrete, Associate Director for Tarrant County Public Health Environmental Health and Disease Control Division, will receive this proclamation.
You want to read this?
Just want to make a few comments here. I want to thank everybody for recognizing the Carnival Day Salute, which is the Tarrant County's participation with the Binational Health Week celebration. Commissioner Brooks, you've been a leader in helping us in organizing this event, and I really want to thank our Health Director, Lou Brewer, and Associate Director, Santos Navarrete, for really actively supporting the Carnival. This is our third Carnival here in Tarrant County, and I must say that it's been real exciting and proud to see how it's grown. There are 5 events that take place in North Texas, and Carnival Day Salute has become, if not the largest, one of the largest of the 5 in the North Texas area, and has been recognized by the consulate in Dallas, as well as this year we've been recognized by the state of Zacatecas in Mexico as one of the premier events supporting the Binational Health Week. Another thing I'm very proud of is that this is an event that's put on by Tarrant County employees and some of our community partners, and all 45 people that have been actively involved volunteer their time to be part of this and come in on Saturday and provide clinics and services and education, so we can be proud of all the Tarrant County employees that volunteer to put on this event. Also, I'd like to invite everybody down to the Carnival. It takes place Saturday, a week from this Saturday, on the 4th, from 12 to noon at the main campus of the Health Department, 1101 South Main. We've got a great lineup, great services, great education. So thank you very much, and I'm honored to accept this on behalf of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is Commissioner Fickus, I believe, is yours.
Yes. Would you please read this into the record? This is a proclamation declaring Down Syndrome Awareness Month, and we have some visitors here today. So, and I'll go down and present after you read this.
Whereas 1 in every 733 children are born with Down syndrome, representing approximately 5,600 births per year in the United States, and whereas people with Down syndrome possess a wide range of abilities and are active participants in educational, occupational, social, and recreational community activities, and whereas recent advances in Down syndrome research have proven that early intervention, education, social support, therapeutic care, and positive public attitudes improve each individual's chances of living an independent, productive, and satisfying life, and whereas the Down Syndrome Partnership of Tarrant County advocates for individuals and families who have children with Down syndrome and their educators and caregivers in Tarrant County and surrounding areas through educational programs and materials, social events, and other support activities, and whereas individuals with Down syndrome should have equal opportunity to achieve the universally desired goals of self-fulfillment, pride in their achievements, inclusion in their community, and reaching their fullest potential, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2008 as Down Syndrome Awareness Month, and encourage citizens to work together to promote respect and inclusion of individuals with Down syndrome and to celebrate their accomplishments and contributions. And further, we encourage residents to support local Down syndrome associations that work with families, schools, healthcare professionals, and governments to help create opportunities, raise awareness, and facilitate solutions for these valued members of our community. In witness whereof, we heretofore set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2008.
Thank you, Judge. Andy Crimp, could you please come up?
And Gary is moving the approval. And
Second.
Okay.
we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Andy, I want to, would you like to ask your friends to come up also?
I would. Candace Moffitt, our Down Syndrome Ambassador. Her mother, Teresa Moffitt, the President of Down Syndrome Partnership of Tarrant County. And Marilyn Colbert, who is the Director of Kindergarten School at TCU and also a board member of the Down Syndrome Partnership of Tarrant County.
Great. Okay, I want to present this to you. And also I have a little something to present to Candace. Candace, we have these little pins, and I've got one for you. Okay? Can I put it on you? Okay.
Good luck in getting that back off.
For real.
How's that? We want to get a picture.
Here we go. Got it. We'll not block his hand.
Thanks.
Just wanted to thank the Commissioners Court for this proclamation and wanted to invite, if you have the opportunity to participate in our 7th Annual Our Special Heroes Golf Classic on Monday, September 29th at Texas Star in Euless. Thank you.
Candace, thank you very much for coming out today. You bet. Right. Fantastic. Our next proclamation is the Walk Across Texas Week. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, if you would read that into the record, please.
Whereas the Walk Across Texas programs promote consistent exercise during an 8-week period by promoting daily physical activity for youth and adults alike, and whereas the program involves teams of adults or students and challenges them to each walk a total of 830 miles, the distance across the state from east to west, and whereas the Walk Across Texas promotes a friendly spirit of competition as a motivator which encourages people to get up and get moving, and whereas work sites and schools have implemented the program to encourage physical activity among their employees and students, and senior citizen centers, churches, and community groups have sponsored Walk Across Texas programs among their patrons and their members, and whereas Tarrant County government had 60 teams participating in Walk Across Texas, along with 708 other Tarrant County residents in 2007, walking a total of 152,596 miles, and whereas the program encourages the development of a habit of physical activity that can help everyone improve physical fitness and cardiovascular health, aid in the reduction of unnecessary illness and chronic disease, alleviate stress, and encourage quality time spent with family and friends, and whereas Walk Across Texas will kick off at 9 locations around Tarrant County during the week of September 21st through 27th, 2008. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the week of September 21st through 27th, 2008, as Walk Across Texas Week in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have heretofore set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2008.
I move for its approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I just want to say that you should count the miles that we walk from the parking lot to this building. It seems like I've walked that many miles just between here and there, but.
Well, now you get you a little pedometer and you can start counting that little.
We have Dana Tarter with the Texas AgriLife Extension Service to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Whoops. Wait a minute. She moved about the time it flashed.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you for all that you do and making the comments you'd like to make.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate this. And just wanted to make a few comments about Walk Across Texas. This week, our teams are signing up, and so far we have about 89 teams that have registered, and we have a school site that's registered over 30 teams of their students. So that's kind of exciting. We'll have more participation this year, and I think probably will even exceed the mileage that we've walked in the past. One thing I want to mention, we do track our participants and receive evaluation information from them. And as you can expect, they note improvement in their health by reducing blood pressure, reducing stress. A lot of them say it helps them, motivates them to get up and get moving. But one of the things that I think is very significant is that many of our participants report not only improvements in their health, but they feel like it helps improve their family's health as well. It helps them get up off the couch and get out and get moving. A lot of times a mom or a dad will say that their child wants to go walking with them when they get home in the afternoon, so it helps improve their family time that they spend together. We see a lot of children that are under stress these days, and parents report that this extra physical activity and time that they spend together helps them also in reducing their stress. So not only are we impacting just the participants in Walk Across Texas, but I think we can also see that we're impacting the families with this program as well. Thank you for the proclamation today. And I have a little memento for each of one of you.
Here they are.
Looks like we're fixing to take care of your steps.
Start walking.
No,
Oh, it's not? Okay. Ooh. So while you're walking, you can, yep.
You. All right.
Have some music. Music is a good stress reliever too.
wonderful. Thank you.
My wife says that my singing is not a good stress reliever. And Commissioner Johnson, I believe you have another proclamation that...
I do, Your Honor, and it is Joan Emily Jacobson Day, and if you would read that into the record, please.
Yes. Whereas Joan Mwb Jacobson is a very exceptional person, was born on April 26th in Toole, Utah, to her proud parents Thane and Ann Mwb, and grew up in rural Grantsville, Utah, as the youngest of 4 children. And whereas she dedicated 22 years of her life to her education and has been justly rewarded for it when the University of Texas at Austin conferred upon her a Ph.D. degree in educational administration. And whereas Joan began her extension career in Webb County as the county extension agent for home economics, focusing on adolescent pregnancy prevention and services for teen parents, nutrition, and parenting. And whereas she spent 5 years as the state project director for Vida Mohore, administering a $1.4 million Kellogg grant, which she leveraged to secure over $4 million to improve the quality of life for Hispanic Texans. And whereas Joan was recognized for her exemplary efforts with the prestigious USDA Honor Award from the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, with other recognition of her sterling work with the State Superior Service Award from Extension and a Best of Texas Award from the Corporate Fund for Children. And whereas in 1997 she was appointed the Tarrant County Extension Agent, and under her guidance and leadership, her office became an exemplary extension program in the state of Texas. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby commend and recognize Joan Mwb Jacobson for her outstanding service to Tarrant County and its citizens, and express our gratitude and respect for her. And further, that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, in honor of her retirement from Tarrant County, and as a token of our admiration, do hereby proclaim September 23rd, 2008 as Joan Mwb Jacobson Day in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have heretofore set our hands, cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2008.
I move for its approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by all four of us. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I always take a lot of pride and enjoyment in presenting proclamations, but I really don't want to give this one today. It's like losing a member of the family. Joan, she's not retiring. She got promoted to A&M, and she's going to be working down there, helping all of us in the state of Texas. But again, it's like losing a family member, and I really hate to see Joan leave. But Joan, if you would join me down at the podium. This to you in regrets, but good luck to you on your new job. I know you're going to do great, and we'll still be working with you. All right, and you've been a real asset to the kids of this community. Just keep up the good work. All right.
Soon as I got used to Jacobson, now she's out of here.
I really want to thank you so much for this honor. It just means so much to me. You're very, very kind, and I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to be a part of Tarrant County, one of the best-run counties in the whole nation. And I appreciate the opportunity and privilege of being part of the amazing Tarrant County family. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to pause for a few moments, and there's a little reception out here, and we're just going to go on out here and celebrate just a little bit with Joan for just a few minutes. So if everybody will do that, then we'll... Commissioners, we have before you the consent agenda.
Your Honor, I would like to pull item 9L2 from consent, please. That would be an item in transportation.
If you hadn't done that, I was going to do it.
I heard a little bit of vibration from Precinct 1 yesterday, but anyway, I'd like to pull that one. We can discuss it when we get to it.
Okay. So you're just pulling it off the consent agenda. We're going to, okay.
Move approval of the consent agenda, save and accept item 9L2.
Second?
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 9L2. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Your Honor, members of the court, we have one item to bring to you yet this morning. This is under the Administrative Section, Item 1. We're requesting that the Commissioners' Court approve changes in the medical examiner's fee schedule, which will be effective October 1, 2008. These fees have not been changed for 2 years. This is a request by Dr. Pirwani.
I move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
When we change these rates, that also applies to the counties that he does
That's correct.
medical examiner work for?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Ray, are you now after closing? Mr. Rayburn, elections.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First item for elections this morning is we're requesting approval of additional appointments of election judges and alternate election judges. This is vacancies in terms ending August 1st, 2010.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And our second item, we are requesting approval of the maximum number of clerks that can be appointed by the presiding judge at each polling place in the November 4th, 2008 general election.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, how are those maximum numbers determined?
We used a formula based on voter registration, and then we also adjusted some of the numbers upward in polling places that have multiple precincts, or they're an early voting site because those sites get a heavier turnout on election day, and then also polling locations where we had moved maybe a precinct out of there and they'll need an extra person to help redirect traffic. But mainly it's based on voter registration.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I'd just like to comment that this election cycle is not likely to be like any that you've ever seen or that any of us have ever seen. So I'm rather skeptical of maximum numbers.
What we generally do is tell the presiding judges they can call us if they're concerned about the number. They can call us and we can allow extras, within reason.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Members of the court, next Tuesday, Mr. Rayburn is going to provide a presentation to the court as it relates to the general election and the item or the things that we're doing to make sure that we have everything covered.
Would you like to make any general comments before you get started this morning?
It's a great day, Judge.
Have you wound the clock lately?
The clock, no.
The clown winding the clock hadn't done well?
We didn't have good luck with the clock. We were doing some major maintenance on the electrical system for the building this weekend. We turned the power off.
Oops.
And that was an oops. Everything came back okay except the clock. And the motor is an old motor, and they just can't go buy those down at the store. And we're having to rebuild the motor that runs the clock. So,
You would probably extinguish that 100-year-old light bulb.
You're not anywhere near that. You're not going anywhere near that building.
No, we won't be performing any maintenance on it. It is requested that Commissioners Court approve a jail standards variance application to the Texas Commission on Jail Standards related to the 648 inmate beds in the Corrections Center that were added to the building in 1994.
Is this permanent,
I
semi-permanent
don't-
extension of the variance?
Yes.
Well, I made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
They have been varianced since even I served, I think, on the Jail Standards Commission.
I recall.
But it was still something that saved this county a lot of money by doubling those sales, and it only narrowed the space in there by just a couple of feet. It was very small. And so I think that we have an opportunity now to get this as a permanent variance, and we don't have to do this once a year down at Jail Standards.
That's correct.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
It is requested that Commissioners Court approve a professional services contract with HOK to provide pre-designed architectural services for the Civil Courts building project that was included in the 2006 Capital Improvement Program.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
And what was the date on that clock? When are we going to get it fixed?
I don't think we heard that, but I would suggest we maybe start looking for a backup motor, too.
Yes.
In its own good time.
Just on the happenstance, do you have an estimated time when that thing's going to be fixed? No.
Tomorrow.
You'll know tomorrow.
I will know tomorrow when we get to the motor shop, and they can tell us what they can do with the motor that's decades old.
I move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Our second item for the court today, we're asking the court to approve professional services contracts with ABBA staffing consultants, and ADA staff for the administration of typing tests. These contracts just allow us to expand these services and don't cost the county any money.
Why do we still give typing tests?
We have several positions throughout the county that, of course, require typing. We've met with those department representatives to talk about whether or not that's still required. And in those cases where we require the typing, it's the department's belief, the hiring department's belief, that the typing test provides them one additional item to look at on each applicant, and they believe that it provides them with a better quality of applicant. So we have revisited with our departments, and where those requirements are there, it's because the hiring department believes that they should be there.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is in my packet as a consent agenda.
Yeah,
We went sort of berserk on consent agenda items this week for some reason.
Yes, sir, I did notice that it's on my court communique as that, but it wasn't marked as a consent item, so.
It is not it's not a consent item. It's incorrect on the court communication.
Well, I'm looking at black. I don't have it on mine either.
I'm looking at blue and white.
Yeah, you do have blue light.
On the agenda, it is not a consent item, so we need to take action on it.
Oh, you're talking about on the actual item itself.
Yes, sir.
The agenda is what we go by.
Oh, it
Do we
is.
have a motion?
We do, and we better have this. We better go ahead and vote on this right now before we get in trouble here. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On item number 3, we're asking the court to approve a double fill of a position in the tax office. The fiscal impact to the general fund for this double fill will be approximately $4,189.
Move approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And our fourth and final item, we're asking the court to approve organizational changes for IT as outlined in your court communique. As you'll note, there are numerous attachments, and we'll be happy to walk you through those if you like. Just a summary. This reorganization that IT has requested is based upon the restructuring of its strategic planning division, rather, and what IT has asked us to do is to shift resources so that there's sufficient support for the IGES project. As a result of this reallocation of resources, there were 4 positions that were actually reviewed by the Job Evaluation Committee. Only one of the 4 positions was actually reclassified. The fiscal impact of this change is noted in your court communique, and it's approximately $5,500.
I'm going to move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brewer?
Good morning. Public Health has one item for your approval, and we're delighted to bring it to your attention today. We are asking for the appointment of our Tarrant County Health Authority, Dr. Sandra Parker.
Move approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Welcome.
Dr. Parker.
Dr. Parker.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Could we have a copy of her resume?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beecham.
We have one item for your consideration this morning. That is a bid award recommendation for bid number 2008-188. This is our annual contract for emulsions for all precincts. Recommendation would be to award to Ergon Asphalt and Emulsions Incorporated on a per unit price basis. Last year's expenditures were approximately $268,000.
Jack, let me ask one question. SEMA, or whatever the name of this company is, that went out of business?
Yes, sir.
Whatever, and our belief is that somebody's going to reopen that plant. Is this going to tie us down to where we can't start doing business here locally again?
They did not respond to this particular bid.
Right.
We always have a 30-day...
coming up behind you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've had recent contact with Cemeterials, and they are still in the process of restructuring their Chapter 11 bankruptcy. At this time, there's no solid evidence of a timeline or time frame when they may be back to a productive capability like they were in the past. We do know that they've expressed that they're going to be scaling back their operations quite a bit if they do get back to their full capacity, and that those amounts will be allocated. So at this time, it's not a good recommendation to go with SIM or to keep them in the loop at this time.
No, but how long are we tied down to with this contract?
Just 1 year, sir. We do have option years built in, but only for 1 year.
Otherwise, we have no contract?
Correct. We have a cancellation clause in every contract that we bring before Commissioner's Court. It might be wise to revisit this down the road when we see and hear more from where they're going with the reorganization. I'm not sure if I have an answer for you this morning.
It's far preferable on this type of contract to do business locally. Of the 2 respondents to the RFP, one is in Austin and the other is in Elm Mott, which is down near Waco. That's a problem.
Well, I agree, but I think the concern was finding a supplier that would take care of our needs, and I realize this is coming into the off-season for road building, but we did scramble to find somebody to take care of our needs. I think that was our big concern, certainly not an intent to
we could also enter into an interlocal agreement with if there's another
Exactly.
If there's another city or anybody around here that has an agreement, we can always piggyback on or enter into an interlocal agreement with them that would allow you to, I believe, to purchase.
There's a cooperative agreement normally on most everything that's available through the buy board, through TCPN, we could certainly enter into those. We are already members and could purchase when we choose. So those, we are, again, already members of those organizations and could
The
purchase
requirement
all
is
those
just that
contracts.
whoever we end up, if we go into an interlocal agreement, they will have had to have gone through a competitive bid process
Exactly.
in order for us to be able to do that.
Yes, sir.
But it doesn't, just because we have one, it's my understanding at least, that just because we have a bid or a contract with anyone for any material, it doesn't preclude us from entering into an interlocal agreement and buying some other similar deal as long as they too went through a competitive bid.
That's correct. Estimated quantities, that's what, in all our contracts like that. So we
could adopt this as a stopgap measure while you're looking at the various cooperative purchasing organizations to see what they have under contract.
Yes, sir, we always do that. Waco was the closest viable supplier to Tarrant County in this process. That's why.
Are there no Tarrant County companies that are?
Nobody bid.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Are there no Tarrant County companies that are?
Well, there was, but they went bankrupt.
belly up.
I think that
What's
we have to
Reynolds
have a
do?
contract in place, but I do want to make sure that we can get out of it if a local vendor becomes available.
Oh, sorry. And once again,
Well, again, we're entering into an annual contract. Now, Marvin, Commissioner Johnson asked you a question. I don't know if you ever had a chance to respond to that, but as long as we can sign an interlocal agreement with another entity, governmental entity, as long as they've done a competitive bid, then we can go through it. Now, we can't just, again, it's just an understanding, but if they haven't gone through a competitive bid for their deal, then we might have a problem. But I don't know that we could go back out for another competitive bid on this contract if we enter into an annual contract with them. But it doesn't preclude us from entering into an interlocal agreement.
Does this have a cancellation clause in it?
30-day out.
What is the out clause?
30 days.
30 days, yes.
Well, it has nothing to do with what company it is. It's the fact that we're having to haul from Waco back up here
Absolutely.
where the plant was there in Saginaw that we were using. It's the old Coke material.
We'd all like to
application.
have them back.
Pardon?
I said we'd all like to have them back.
Well, I feel like somebody, whether it's this company or not, is going to reestablish that plant. They've got too much investment not to.
I don't believe we have a motion
I
or a
will make a
second.
motion that we approve this contract.
And I'll second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Transportation, Ms. Green.
Commissioners, under number 1, under Transportation, we're requesting the Commissioners Court to approve the resolution and order authorizing the conveyance of a permanent sewer easement and temporary construction easement to the City of Fort Worth across a tax foreclosed property described as portions of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of Block 12. It's also known as 5400 Van Natta Lane for the purpose of reconstructing a public sewer facility. The property currently does not have a easement where that sewer facility is located, and Fort Worth would like to have that across the property.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Lamb?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'm here this morning to request that Commissioners Court authorize the county judge to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Department of Transportation to facilitate the sharing of light and medium class equipment. This memorandum of understanding is a response to the previous item you discussed with purchasing. We're having difficulty securing asphalt. Right now the precincts are driving to Waco. Precinct 3 purchasing and TxDOT work together. TxDOT has 2 tanks that are available in Saginaw and Euless, and they've offered to loan us the use of those tanks. They'll store 8,000 gallons apiece of asphalt, and in exchange they've asked to use some of our light equipment at our discretion, such as the Jersey spreader box, some rollers, compactors, that sort of equipment.
This is the item that I requested be pulled from consent agenda. It was put on as consent accidentally, I'm told, but I have a problem with this contract. Number one, I feel a responsibility in my precinct for the equipment that I have out there. And I'm not going to turn over to the state of Texas, to the city of Fort Worth, or any other governmental agency the use of my equipment. I will do an interlocal agreement with anyone and everyone in my precinct, but not for them to come get my vehicles and take them out and use them and then bring them back. And we were not consulted on this item before it was put on the agenda. I think it was all an accidental bust, if you will, somewhere between your office purchasing and others. But I just don't think it's a good agreement, and I cannot support it.
What was the nature of the agreement again?
The nature of the agreement is TxDOT would give us the use of 2 asphalt storage tanks, 8,000 gallons apiece. They're located at the TxDOT maintenance facility in Saginaw and their North Area office in Euless. The county would be for our exclusive use, so we would be putting that, we'd have the asphalt brought up, put in those tanks, and we would use it exclusively. In exchange, the TxDOT would have would ask for the use of our equipment at our discretion. We would tell them when they could use it and what pieces they could use. So if we need the equipment, they could not get it. But it's small to light equipment, such as rollers, compactors, a jersey spreader box they put that they can put a shoulder down with, that sort of equipment.
Water truck.
Water truck is mentioned. Yeah,
so it would be at the discretion of the commissioners.
Yes, sir. That's what the language reads in the contract. And Ray Wright did review the contract for us.
I just want to point out to the departments involved in this that when something like this comes up from a commissioner, and it can from time to time in precinct 1, 2, 3, or 4, either talk to and coordinate with all 4 precincts, or put this as an interlocal agreement for the precinct that discusses it with you. But precinct 4 will not have any part of this arrangement.
Yes, sir, and I apologize for that miscommunication.
We have had terrible experience loaning our equipment to various other governmental entities. There have been cities, there have been school districts that we from time to time, years ago, loaned pieces of equipment to, and it's impossible to ensure that it'll be maintained. We get it back and it's not in the same condition that it was when we lent it. So I don't view it as a good practice. It's not something I'd like to do either.
Nor would I.
Are you going to?
I know that we have loans of equipment in our area, and to my knowledge, we haven't had a problem with it, but I have been very cautious about what we've allowed to leave and be certain that we're not going to be needing it. But I guess obviously something could happen to it, and we'd be out of luck for a while the equipment's down. So I don't have any problem in not acting on this and maybe looking at it. And I think Commissioner Johnson's recommendation that each commissioner do an interlocal makes sense to me.
So you want to pull? I guess so. What we're saying is they're not going to be an action at this point in time, and then if any of y'all individually want to go back and do interlocal agreements.
Well, I'll give you a motion if you like not to approve this contract.
Second.
Okay, we have a well. I guess the motion, and that's fine. Do we pass the motion that's on here, or do we just simply take no action and nothing happens?
Sure.
You can do either. There's no.
Jerry suggests a motion to withdraw for consideration.
Or just not take any action today, and then if anybody wants to put it back on later on, or if he wants to do an interlocal later on, then we can do that. So just taking no action will be.
Hold indefinitely.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Just take no action at this point in time.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Are there any appointments?
Yes, Your Honor, I have one for the hospital district. Let me pass these out. I would like to appoint Charles Elliott Weber, Jr., M.D., Chuck Weber. He has agreed to serve on the Hospital District Board. I had a good conversation with him yesterday. He is retired now. He has the time to do it, and he said it would be an honor to him to serve.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve Dr. Weber as a member of the hospital board.
Let's call him Chuck.
Chuck.
That's what everybody knows.
Yeah, he's going. I think he'll be a great appointment. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We have 2 bonds, I understand, today to approve.
Hello, Your Honor, members of the court.
Haven't seen you up here in a long time.
Haven't been here for a while. These 2 bond continuation riders are for the $500,000 probate judge bonds. They continue the bonds that were first put in effect in November when the new law went into effect November 2007. These will continue the bonds for both probate judges up till the end of their terms so that it'll resync to the beginning of their terms. Until the statutes clarify, the probate judges still have 2 bonds they're required to have, this $500,000 bond, which is the new law, and then they had an official bond in addition that was a minimal amount. So we would seek approval on the riders extending the $500,000 bonds for both Judge Furchel and Judge King.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Judge, before we continue with the briefing agenda, I believe we've got 2 district court judges sitting out there who wish to address this court. Could we recognize them at this time?
Let's go ahead and do our claims, including the addendum, and then I'll go ahead and take our public comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And I do have a audience participation form from Judge Gallagher. Judge Gallagher, if you'd like to come forward and address the court, we'd welcome you.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you this morning and have the opportunity to address you. I would like to give a copy of a letter to Commissioner Fickus and Commissioner Johnson. I believe I've given it to all the other members. My apologies. I represent the novel version, and I'm here to submit the Cliff Note version, if it may. I'm here wearing 2 hats today. You have before you that you are going to be talking about a legislative issue coming in the upcoming legislature seeking the creation of a new criminal district court. And I'm here initially as the judge of the last created district court back in '99 that came on board in 2000. There has been much talking about numbers and needs and studies regarding this issue. I am speaking personally. When I came on board in January of 2000, if my court was able to dispose of 100 cases each month, that was a very good month for us. We were ahead of the curve. As of the end of last year and continuing through this year, there must be dispositions of 150 cases per district court over in the criminal courts building, or we're sliding downhill. That is my testimony to you from me sitting there every day, and nobody can question the work ethic that I bring to the court. I'm there at 7:30 every morning. Many of you who called, and you know the work I do. The work I do has been expanded to help the sheriff, to where he brings Class C prisoners over to me rather than bussing them out to the various JP courts. That came on in 2005 for us to be of assistance to you, to assist you to control your jail population and your jail costs. In 2006, when this court was considering the bond package that you are dealing with now, one of the requests was from the criminal judges, we need to talk to you about criminal courts. That was not addressed at that time. In 2008, Judge Davis announced he was retiring from the 17th District Court, and there was discussions then about let's convert a court. Let's convert a court in this upcoming election. We can get geared up. That item was struck by the civil bar. They didn't want to give up they didn't want to give up that court. We wrote you a letter in February of 2008 saying we need 3 courts. We need 3 courts. The response was, let's wait till the weighted caseload study comes out. So the weighted caseload study came out in June saying we need 3 new courts. And now the response is by the civil bar, well, we'll loan you a court, or we'll try and get a new court down here. When questioned this morning by a member of the staff, why don't you agree to loan to have a civil judge come over? My response was, if you go in for cancer surgery, do you want an oncologist doing your surgery, or do you want a podiatrist doing your surgery? And we are dealing with the cases that are the most serious cases. We are elected officials, just as you are, and we have to address the needs of our constituents. And public safety and fairness of justice is one or two of the overriding things that we have to deal with. Your proposal to create 1 new court is not sufficient. It is not sufficient for our needs. The bond packages that you are dealing with now deal with jail populations, deal with juvenile courts, expanding medical examiners' facilities. Those same numbers are driving our courts. And it is a plea, it is a begging, it is a groveling, it is a request that you please consider not being so short on your request. Because if we go and we get 1, that won't come online until September or January. If we don't get any, we have to wait until 2011. So put yourself 3 years from today, the potential exists that we have no help. And you couple that with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee telling us that in anticipation of the Super Bowl, we may have to be working 24/7 in 2011. My plea to you on behalf of all of the 9 criminal district courts is that you recognize the need that we know that we have and that we have been trying to get to you for a long time. This body has always been very fabulous to us, and we recognize that. If we have come to ask you for something, generally you give it to us, and we recognize that. You gave us the money to establish the court management system, and it worked. You gave us the money to establish the Office of the Administrator. Mr. McAllister would have been here this morning, but he's been invited to speak at a national conference of court administrators. Okay? That's a plus for the county that is being recognized. You gave us the money last year to implement a short-term project to increase or decrease jail population in criminal courts, to run a court across the street for about 6 months, and it worked. We lowered our jail populations, okay? But when I left this morning, I looked on my docket, and I have 72 cases that are pending more than 1 year. 3 of those cases are jail population. The other 69 are on bond cases. And what I'm telling you is that's not fair administration of justice to those folks who have been victims of crime or possibly wrongfully accused of a crime to have to wait to come to trial simply because they have the money to stay out of jail. That's what we're looking at, folks. And I strongly urge you, as we go down to the legislative session, let's present a united front. There has to be more assistance given to us than just 1 court. We are here to help you, to answer any questions you may have. We are very proud to work with you and beside you, and we'll do anything that we can. But please, as they said in the Poseidon Adventure, don't fight against us, fight with us. Thank you.
This is on our agenda as one of our, it really is our first briefing item under legislative issues. So any comments or questions at this point in time from any court members?
I just want to say to Judge Gallagher that thank you for enlightening us. When we're on this end of the street, it's sometimes difficult to know what's going on the other end of the street. We need to work more closely together to determine the needs of the criminal court system and how we're going to address those. We hear you.
I heard your presentation last Thursday, and you passed out some charts. And I thought, even if there had not been the weighted case study, that I know there's some controversy about the validity of it, those graphs were very compelling. It shows the story that you've been saying. And whether we address it with 1, 2, or 3 courts, I think is something that we need to sit down to the table and seriously discuss. I think that there's no question you need help. I think it's how do we best help you, where do we locate the help that we would provide for you, and what can we do within the next 3 to 6 years.
Commissioner, I know you had a question as to some of the numbers in the graphs that I presented, and I want to let you know that the numbers regarding the civil court, the civil case filings were incorrect.
Right.
There were more
that
civil court
information.
filings.
But it didn't decrease your numbers at all.
Exactly. The criminal numbers are correct. Okay.
I think that it's important that the numbers be correct, that the civil court case numbers be correct, but it did not decrease.
I'm not here focusing on civil courts.
I
mean,
understand.
okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Go ahead. Well, the comment that I'd make is that throughout the last several months, we have, GK and I have talked with all of the different groups of judges about where they felt they were and what they felt their needs were for the upcoming year. In our conversations, and what we put into the budget was adding a money for the support of a criminal court for this upcoming year. And then, again, looking forward and working with, the criminal judges as we go forward into the future. Now, most of the other folks that we talked with, most of the other groups, did not indicate that they felt like that they were in need of anything, and the one exception to that might be the family law, where they indicated that they could use some help in their 4D court area. And then the county court at laws also indicated that they were going to need some relief. But we've really not kind of gotten into that. What we had suggested and what we put into the budget was, as I said earlier, money to support a criminal court this year, and to ask, and that would basically be as a result of one of our civil judges agreeing to hear only criminal court cases, shifting that individual's caseload over to the other civil judges who've agreed to take over that, and then to do that as we are asking the legislature to, and Senator Harris has agreed to go to the legislature and ask for one more criminal court. But what we did ask was to do it one at this particular point in time and then see how that worked. Yes, the numbers are up, but the numbers are down from where they were last year, which is what the caseload study was based upon. And so all that we've kind of asked is let's do this in phases as opposed to jumping out at this point in time and asking for 2. Now, what happens if we get to the end of next year and we still need another criminal court? Then at that point in time, I think we're going to have to address whether or not that civil judge moves back to civil, or whether they may stay an additional year, or may stay and decide at that point in time to remain a criminal court. There are some alternatives there, and all we have kind of said thus far, and we've not really we talked about it a little bit during the budget process, but what we're suggesting through the budget process and through discussions that we've had earlier is kind of a phased type of an approach, as opposed to we're going to ask for 2 without having any idea of what 1 is going to do for us. And so that's at least what we had put into the budget and what we had suggested somewhat to some of the criminal judges. And I will say that while I think there is definitely sentiment that there needs to be 2, I don't necessarily, I've heard from some judges that they're certainly agreeable to the process that I just outlined.
Well, if I may address, there has never been a question by any of the judges that we recognize that you just can't create criminal courts without inflicting or incurring tremendous budget costs to the county. We recognize that. It's not just creating a court with a judge and a coordinator. In a criminal court, you've got to have 5 felony prosecutors. You have to have a DA secretary. You have to have a DA investigator. You have 2 new district clerks. You have to have 3 sheriff's bailiffs. I mean, off the top of my head, doing my Aggie math, that's about 12 or 14 positions, okay? That we recognize that that's a hit. And we are not opposed to a phasing in process to spread that hit out over a couple of years. Y'all did masterful work this year to lower the tax rate, get a balanced budget. Okay, as a taxpayer, I appreciate that very much. But I also say that if the money's there for this year, that's taken care of, and we're going to save you a little money because we can't just create that court tomorrow. I mean, we're going to have to. It may be January 1st before those folks. Well, that may give you 3 to 4 months of saving expenses as far as salaries and things like that. I guess the frustration is, let's see what it is that happens. When I came on the bench in January of 2000, our population was 1.4 million. We're at 1.7 now. It's been stated that we're going to be 2 million, okay? Just because numbers went down in 1 year, it is just common sense. It is just common sense that the more people that come in, the more opportunity is going to be there for a crime to be committed, okay? Our crime rates are not up. They're still the same rates, but we got more people here. That's what's driving the bus. And as long as our county continues to grow, and we're anticipating it going to grow, we have problems. If you look at the Metroplex, since my court was created in 99, Parker County has received new courts. Johnson County has received new courts. Dallas County has received new courts. Collin County has received new courts. Okay? We're in this deal, folks, and it's our turn. It's our turn to step up and say, anticipated growth, going up, let's take it on. That's the frustration that we have.
If we were to ask the legislature for 2 courts and they approved 2 courts, would we have to set up 2 courts at the outset?
Based upon when they said those courts were going to go into play.
They decide when it comes on.
And I think one of the other things that we are looking at is the fact that we have accelerated our schedule to build the civil courts building. We've got space. We could move civil courts out of the current and split them up, but then we create a tremendous amount of long distance problems if we take some of the civil courts and put them over in the family law area. So again, part of this process that we're proposing is to also take into account what our construction phase is. And while I recognize that that we need to do that, and that because of the activity and because of the way our judges have handled our cases and their cases, they have kept our jail population low. They are the lowest as far as a backlog of courts, it's my understanding, of any of the urban counties. Now, again, that's a good thing for us because that probably means that our jail pop is down and we're the only large county that has space available in the that has a vacancy sign out in front of the building. But we are the lowest one of all the backlogs by several hundred, I believe. So I think we've tried to put forth a plan that we think will get us there, that will kind of work together with our construction program. Each time we renovate one of those courts in the court building that we have right now to make it a criminal court, it's about a $500,000 price tag. In addition to probably $1 million to $1.1 million to fund that court on an annual basis. And so again, we're trying to look at this as a situation of where we kind of phase this in and have a chance to kind of look at the layout as we go along. So that's kind of what we have looked at and tentatively proposed as we were going to. Commissioner Fickus?
Yeah, I looked at the numbers, Judge, and I agree. I can certainly see the need. I guess my biggest concern is that we don't do harm to the civil courts by causing them any kind of additional problems. But we need to look at this very strongly, and I think at this point, the direction we're going in, even though I just don't see how we can do 3 right now. I think if we can get 2 on board, 1 now, 1 in a year, or sometime, after the legislature meets and get it approved.
Commissioner, that would be satisfactory with the
Now,
judges.
what we're talking about, though, is not that. I mean, what we have suggested is that we will convert one, and not officially convert it, but just convert one right now, ask for the new court to become effective September of 2009, and then say if we see that we're still real backlogged up at that point in time, that when we go back in 11 and ask for another, or
we're not going to ask for one this legislature?
We're going to ask for one.
And that's going to be the one we're going to convert.
Well, and then if we determine that the backlog is still there, then my proposal would be to go back in and to say we're going to leave that court that we have, again, converted is not necessarily the right word to use, but we would, if the legislature gave us another court beginning in the legislative session that would be effective September 1 of 2009, and we got to September and it said, boy, our backlog is still just tremendous, then that civil court judge who has heard nothing but criminal cases, we might ask that continue, so that would mean in effect 2 courts until such time as we could get the legislature to approve us another one and thereby fund some relief.
May I ask a question? That compromise was reached with civil trial lawyers.
No, I don't think the compromise has been reached with anybody. It's just what we proposed.
Well, there's never been a request to talk about it. I mean, it's just been that.
But you and I have talked about it on a couple of occasions.
I understand, Judge, but what I'm saying is I haven't seen a civil trial lawyer's name on a ballot, and I don't answer to civil trial lawyers. I answer to the people as you do. That's right. And I am very concerned that a small group of civil trial lawyers is controlling the effective administration of justice, both civil and criminal.
Well, let me take a little exception with that. In the first place, what that implies is that you're saying I'm controlled by a couple of civil court.
I never said that,
well,
Judge.
If you're saying that they're controlling it, and yet this is what I have offered up, and what GK and I have offered up, we have not done that at the behest of any civil trial groups. We have suggested this as a way to phase in the process, not only over a period of time to look at it, but also based upon our construction needs and a bunch of other things that are going on. And as you said earlier, and this is where you and I have talked about this, and I still bring back to it, when y'all come to us, we sit down and talk, and we have been very attentive to your requests. In this particular instance, GK and I, at least in our conversations, and we've not talked about this as a court, but we have said, let us phase it, give us a chance, let us look at one, instead of saying we're going to take them all and we're going to give you everything you want right up front. Very few people who, as we just went through this budget hearing, got everything they wanted right up front. And all we're saying is that we're trying to balance our tax rates and everything else, our construction schedules, and we're not saying no to 2. We're just simply saying, give us let's go with one, and then let's see how that works.
And our response is, we have 10 years worth of numbers to show you the needs. and the needs are there, and we're asking you to recognize those needs now. Don't postpone for another year, year and a half what needs to be addressed now. That's all we're asking. And as I've told you before, after we've had conversations, I see you out in the hall, I'm going to shake your hand.
I agree, and we just disagree on this particular deal, and that's fine.
I understand.
That's fine.
That's what government is all about.
That's right.
Thank you all very much.
I'd just like to comment that in the minds of most of the members of our public, criminal courts are a public safety issue. A bunch of fights between lawyers over money may have ultimately some public safety implications, but the public's health and safety is generally not determined in civil courts. It's determined in criminal courts. And we need to put some more thought and some more analysis into how we're going to address the needs of these courts. I know that there are civil courts that have dual designations. They can be either civil or criminal courts. And perhaps turning one of those civil courts with dual jurisdiction into a criminal court for a while is a stopgap measure, but it is not a permanent solution. We need to address this in a comprehensive way.
And time's running out.
And I would like to anecdotally add that when he made this presentation to the general public, they did respond in support of acknowledging the expense of the court, recognizing that it could mean 15 additional people per court and that that's a big amount of money. But looking at the charts, it's pretty hard to deny 10 years, even though one comes down a little bit. There's a pretty steady upward trend, and it's just paralleling what our population has done for the past 10 years as well.
And again, it's not that I disagree with any of that, and I believe the benefit is to having a lower backlog. But if the state is looking at where we stand with regards to other large counties, they're going to see that our judges are working much harder. I'll say that, and I believe that very honestly. And the backlog is much lower than what it is in other in the large urban counties. And we appreciate, we have a great set of judges, and they do hard work. It's just, again, we have to look at them.
I wouldn't like to see us assume what the state is going to say and what position they're going to take. We may not be right.
We're not assuming that.
You're assuming that the state is going to look at our backlog and determine that because it's so low, we are not entitled to additional court.
No, I didn't say that whatsoever. What I suggested is whether we were going to ask for one or two courts. And my suggestion thus far has been to request that Senator Harris ask for one court. Now, if the group decides they want to go for two, that's fine. But our suggestion is to go for one right now, see how that works out. If we get and we can continue to go forward and we see that there's still a demand, then maybe we leave that civil judge, so that would, in effect, give us two until such time as we can ask for that additional second court. So, no, I'm assuming that whatever Senator Harris asks for, he'll get.
I would like to ask a question about the dual responsibilities or dual capabilities of a court. How is that decided if we want, and a judge is willing to change the jurisdiction and address the criminal? Can that remain with criminal jurisdiction, or does something else have to happen?
When the legislation creating the courts comes from the legislature, all of the judges start out as general jurisdiction courts, okay? So that, but if there is a rider to the court, to the bill saying what type of case that court shall handle, then that becomes the law. We have 26 district courts in Tarrant County, and 6 of those courts do not have any type of legislative mandate as far as the type of cases that can be heard. So, for example, if I wanted to grant a divorce, I could do it, okay? But if I had to try that case, my court has a mandate that I shall give preference to criminal cases.
Okay.
So I would have to push that back. 5 of our civil courts do not have legislative mandates. One of our criminal courts, the 213th, does not have a legislative mandate. The court that has been talked about that was being willing to be loaned has a legislative mandate. So what you're going to have to do is transfer all of the civil cases out of there so that judge does not have any civil cases, and then he can start hearing criminal cases. Or we remove the mandate from that court. And that's where, going back to some of the discussions that have been had, that's where we're running into opposition from the civil bar. They don't want to give up the court. Well, it's not their court, it's ours, is where we're coming from.
So to make sure I understand this, but temporarily that responsibility could be changed.
The civil judges have, it's again my understanding that the other civil judges have agreed to take the caseload from that court. So everything would be moved out. That court would then have a empty caseload. The judge in that particular instance has said, you know, I'm going to spend, you know, there was some question about what type of doctor, you know, again, you know, when we elect somebody, if somebody runs, yeah, they may talk about whether they've had criminal experience or civil experience, but they're still elected. This particular judge has said, look, I realize that I have not had a experience in the criminal area, but I'm going to spend 3 months observing and going through and working through this process to try to come up to speed on that. We've talked with the DA's office about, again, trying to work through this in an effort to immediately begin to be able to assist the criminal judges with their caseload. And that's what we're
The rest of my
proposing.
question is, that would be an immediate solution.
Beginning January 1st.
Would there be any necessity to change permanently what that court would do? Or is that because the one court has the ability to be either or?
That judge does not. And what we are saying is, if you want to convert a civil court permanently, that's fine. That reduces your cost because you already have personnel in effect for that court. You have the 2 clerks that are covering that court. You already have 1 bailiff in that court. You have a coordinator and court reporter already in position. So the budget hit does not change. And the judge is there. So all you're looking at is your DA staff that you have to add. But if you're going to change it permanently. And then get us the new court. And that's your solution.
Why would we select a court to be loaned that has a legislative mandate rather than one of those that does not have a legislative mandate and can be either civil or criminal based upon our mandate?
Commissioner, my understanding was that judge is willing to start hearing criminal cases, was the initial reason.
When I first came on the court, there were 3 district courts that were pending coming online. Were they district courts? There were 3 courts. And they were, as I understood, they had more authority than some.
Those were not district courts.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Those were county criminal courts, and there were 4 of them.
4 of them. Well,
7,
there were
8,
3
9,
that
and
hadn't
10.
been filled when I came
right.
on.
And while county courts have misdemeanor jurisdiction, those courts had special legislation which allowed them to accept felony pleas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, that's kind of started us in our briefing area. Mr. Manius, would you like to continue that, or Mr. Mendez?
Yes, Mr. Mendez. As Mr. Mendez comes up, just a real quick note. I know that last week we gave you a briefing on Hurricane Ike and the evacuees that were in Tarrant County. Yesterday we sent back all but about 50 of those, and they are being housed currently in a shelter in Fort Worth. So I know that we've kept you all involved and informed on that, and that was once again a successful operation for Tarrant County and the municipalities within Tarrant County.
What's the prognosis for the other 50?
Those were special needs individuals that we wanted to make sure that there was a guarantee that there was electricity where they were going, because they had apparatuses that they could not do without as far as a loss of electricity.
All of them that went back, do we know that they have shelter when they get down there?
Yes, we coordinated that with the state and also the local jurisdictions.
Great.
Mr. Mendez.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. As a preface, we have prior to every session, we send out a request to all county departments for their issues that may have some legislative impact. We did that back in March. What you have before you is the culmination of those efforts and the initial set of issues that we would like you to consider for inclusion on the county's legislative packet for the upcoming session. There are still about half a dozen other issues that we are currently vetting, seeing if there are other alternatives to legislation, et cetera. We will bring those to you at a later time. What we have before you in three broad categories. The first 5 issues are general policy statements. These are broad statements of policy for the court that give me the broadest direction on large issues that have some impact on the county. The second grouping of issues, we have 7 there, are issues for support. These are generally issues that have been brought to us by other entities, or they have been previously filed and have some county impact, and we would simply be supporting those on your behalf. And the final grouping would be those issues that have been brought to us by our departments and elected officials, which would require us to seek new legislation. I will start, unless there are any questions, with the broad general policies. The first one has to do with permissive Commissioners Court authority. This is one that is perennially on our agenda packet. It is support for permissive authority given to the Commissioners' Courts. This is also one of the basic CUC principles that is on their policy agenda. The second issue has to do with tax appraisal caps. This is, again, we're looking forward, well, not really looking forward, but it's likely that we're going to be hit with several proposals to lower the current appraisal cap on property valuations, and this policy would give us the authority to strongly oppose any of those attempts. The next issue has to do with unfunded and underfunded mandates. This has also been on our agenda for many sessions. It is also on the basic CUC principle list, and this would have the court strongly opposing any legislation that results in an unfunded or underfunded mandate.
Excuse me, Mark. You've got an issue on appraisal caps. What about revenue cap?
That's what I was just fixing next. Doesn't address revenue caps at all.
Not specifically, but it is my understanding, based on all the conversations that have been held with those groups that are meeting on a regular basis to discuss the potential for appraisal or revenue caps, that revenue caps are still pretty much a non-starter with the legislature.
And I've heard just the opposite, Mark. I'm sorry, but I have heard that appraisal caps, because of the fact that it's a constitutional requirement, is a non-starter, but revenue caps is very much an issue.
In any case, we need the authority to lobby against both, because we don't know what they're going to do,
and this
what they're going to discuss.
We can expand this statement to include revenue caps.
Or a separate
We
statement.
pretty much know what 3 of them are going to discuss.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's make sure we get revenue between now. Let's get revenue caps in there too.
I will modify that accordingly.
Especially given that they're not giving us unfunded mandates.
It's on the list up here.
I know it's on the list, but it's just not anywhere in that policy. So,
The next issue has to do with a broad statement on transportation and transit issues. This is a new general policy statement, and this simply reflects many of those bullet points that are already on the agendas of the TRTC, for example, and as well as the CUC, authorizing local governments to raise revenue to fund regional transit, stopping the diversion of transportation revenue and funding to other uses, support for fully funding the Rail Relocation Improvement Program, fully funding of the Texas Mobility Fund, and increasing the motor fuel tax revenue by indexing that particular.
You know, one of the things that I think we might do is we might, just consider dropping off the last point, because I think, and then adding to the top point, authorize local governments to raise revenue to fund regional rail transit and other transportation, other needed transportation improvements.
Not just limited to regional rail.
Right. Because what we're proposing here in the region, in our request to the to our legislators, is to give us a whole toolbox of things that would be available given voter approval, and the voter approval is very key in this deal. We're not asking for the ability to be able to pass something. We're asking for the ability to take it to our voters to approve. And then I think when we say fully support Texas Mobility Fund, in effect, or full funding, stop diversions, revenue funding of other issues. On a statewide basis, I would just like to encourage the state to, find additional dollars to fund our transportation needs.
I'll make those changes.
Okay.
The next issue is a broad statement on air quality issues. These bullet points are also part of the CUC policy agenda. That is support for full funding of the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan, the TERP, support for maintaining the integrity of the TERP program, as well as maintaining full funding for the LIRAT program, which is so successful in our region.
Would this be the time to discuss?
Not me, we might vote.
It has been brought to our attention that there's a growing concern for getting resolutions passed in support of what cement coming from dry kilns rather than wet kilns, and that would be something I'd like for us to at least have the opportunity to discuss.
We do have a support statement later on addressing the kilns, and
in any case, we can adopt such a resolution without permission of the legislature.
Exactly, and we don't it doesn't have to go as a part of this.
Right.
And I think it would be something that we need to talk about. I just was trying to figure out how can I throw that in there.
the next category is issues to support. These are, as I said before, these are issues that have been brought to us generally from other entities. The first one on that is the real property sales price disclosure issue, requiring the sales price disclosure of all real property to the chief appraiser of the county. This is supported by the appraisal districts and the tax assessors. I believe it's on their policy agendas. This is a pet issue of Senator Wentworth out of Bexar County, and we look for new legislation to be filed again in that regard. The next issue is being brought to us by the purchasing agents. It is on their agenda. This is raising the current purchasing limit that may be achieved without a formal bidding process. Currently, the cities have a $50,000 limit in that regard, and the counties only have a $25,000 limit. So this would seek to increase the county's limit up to the city's limit. This is also on the CUC agenda. Next issue is just a reiteration of our reentry policy statement, which was previously adopted back in December of 2007, and this would just reaffirm that support for any legislation that comes up in that regard. The next issue has to do with the telecommunication and utility line relocation and county right-of-way. As you know, currently right now, all utilities use county right-of-way at no expense to themselves. We do not get franchise tax the way the city does. All of the gas utilities, electric utilities, and cable companies will, at their own expense, move their equipment when we have to expand a roadway. But apparently, right now, the telecommunications lines companies are being reluctant to picking up that expense. It's a problem statewide. Most importantly, it's a big problem in Harris County. They tried to pass some legislation last session. It didn't really go anywhere, but I am assured by my counterpart there that they're going to refile that legislation, and this would give us the authority to support that. Next issue is previously adopted in '06, and I believe it's still an alternative that's on the table regarding the local option sales tax for regional rail in North Central Texas. This is supporting legislation that would exempt from the 2-cent cap on local sales tax an amount equal to locally authorized transit sales tax. This would be just a reiteration of the support for that option.
We'll refer to that as sales tax, and instead of that, maybe local option funding.
I like that.
Yeah, that may be a better way to do that.
Change the sales tax to just funding?
Local option funding.
Okay.
Because I don't think sales tax is.
I don't think.
I really believe that we should be, is when we come to trying to generate revenue for transportation, I think it's going to be important that we stay as generic as possible, and that way they know what we need. We need additional revenue, and Commissioner Fix, I agree with you. We shouldn't be calling this a sales tax.
I'll change that. The next issue, this is the cement kiln issue. This is a new one. It is a policy priority of the COG at one time, and I believe there was some legislation filed by Senator Breimer last session regarding the reduction of emissions from point source polluters, the largest of which is the cement kilns that are the largest point source polluters in our region, and this would be giving us authorization to support that legislation should it come up again. Does this address the issue you brought up, Commissioner? The next issue was something that Commissioner Brooks several months ago requested that we put on our agenda. There is an interim study currently in the House regarding the verifiable paper trail for electronic voting, and this encourages and supports efforts by the Secretary of State and any necessary legislation to require that electronic voting systems used in Texas support a voter verifiable paper trail. That's the end of our support items. The next,
on that one, I want to just be careful, because they came close to requiring that back last spring from the U.S., and they were going to require it, and they were going to require it to be implemented by this general election. And one, the requirement that they were going to place, there was no equipment that qualified at that point in time, and secondly, it would have left us in the lurch of trying to get the equipment manufactured, which there's no way it would have happened, and our folks trained. And I think what it would have led to would have been an absolute train wreck with regards to this election that we're about to have in November. So, you know, I am for being able to verify, you know, and however we do that, but I want to be careful that we don't end up, I just want to be very careful of what we say on that particular regard.
Many of the discussions they've had during the interim studies has to do with trying to avoid a massive unfunded mandate as a result of this. And
since we just had to buy equipment because of an unfunded mandate, I don't want to reduplicate that.
Well,
could perhaps there be additional information brought to us telling us how verifiable for a recount, how verifiable is it? How secure can people feel about it? I know that there are some that do not trust electronic voting systems at all, and I can't explain exactly how sure we are that the numbers are accurate. So maybe we just need some additional information.
Well, before any specific legislation, before we support any specific legislation, we will definitely bring that back to the court. It's just, this would be support for the concept of a verifiable paper trail.
Exactly right. It doesn't support any particular system. It supports the concept that in order to have a to give the public complete confidence, and for us to have the confidence that we can recount votes reliably, a verifiable paper trail is more or less a necessity.
Well, I guess where I would disagree with you, that unless we are doing a paper ballot that we mark, then it could be just as likely that I can push a button and say, vote for this person, and the machine record a vote for someone else. And just because it'll produce a paper ballot doesn't mean that that ballot is correct. The only thing that we'll ever be able to guarantee that it's what that individual voted is if they're doing what we've done historically in the past is we connect the error, or we or we punch a Chad, or we do whatever, but...
Well, Chads have already proven not to be reliable.
In the eye of the beholder. But I guess pushing a button does not necessarily mean that it votes for the person who I push that button for. Now, you can go back and do some samples to make sure that if I push that button, that's what prints out. But those same samples will be done to say that if I push that button 10 times or in 10 different things, it's still going to print out. So, I mean, there's verifiable without producing a paper ballot. I'm all for looking at it, but I'm just saying that if we're using a machine, then it's a machine.
And I'm all for saying that I'd like to see a piece of paper that one can look at and touch and feel and count, rather than some electronic image that's out there in cyberspace someplace that really doesn't exist.
I think I'd put that on that list of ones that we're not sure we're going to be unanimous on.
Judge, okay, fine.
Well, that's a good point to bring up that I did not mention before. Previously, the policy of the court has been, if there is not a unanimous decision on an issue, that it does not become part of the official policy for legislation.
There are some items that you just got to bite the bullet and try to figure out how you're going to do. And ensuring the sanctity of the ballot is one of those items. That's like being against apple pie and motherhood.
I'm not against it, but I'm just not sure that a paper ballot is required to do that.
It's not a paper ballot. It's a verifiable paper trail.
Well, I'm not sure a verifiable paper trail is required to do that.
That's why I said I think we need some additional information before we make a decision.
Moving along.
The next group of issues are those issues which we could be seeking new legislation to accomplish these issues. They've been brought to us by county departments. The first one has to do with capital felony attorney appointments. This was previously filed last session. We got it out of the Senate over into the House, ran out of time in the House, amended the language to a bill that was moving, and it got stripped out in conference committee. So we've gotten it to the goal line. We just need to push it across at this point. And this one would be legislation that delays the appointment of the second attorney that's required in a capital felony case until the state makes a determination that they do indeed intend to pursue it as a death penalty case. Second issue has to do with criminal law magistrates in Tarrant County. This also came to us from the criminal judges list that was provided to us. Currently, last session this was filed as Senate Bill 777, which we were seeking to give magistrates some authority over the setting of bond. The judges came back with a couple of other expansions to the magistrate authority that they would like to seek. And fortunately enough, Tarrant County does have a special subchapter in the government code that addresses just our criminal law magistrates. So I think we would have good success in achieving this as a local bill, and it would allow the magistrates to do such things as conduct asset forfeiture hearings, sign dismissals, accept agreed orders of expunction, accept agreed orders of nondisclosure, and to deal with the matters affecting bail as well. Next issue has to do with administrative fee for defendants performing community service. This is also a carryover from last session. The Code of Criminal Procedure allows misdemeanor jail sentences to be addressed through community service hours. Tarrant County currently has a program that sees about 1,000 to 1,200 of these inmates per month performing community service in lieu of confinement, and at a cost of about $1 million a year in administrative costs. This legislation would give us the authority to recapture a one-time fee, and I think we're talking about $50 to kind of offset those costs. Next issue was brought to us from the Auditor's Office, and it is on the CUC agenda, I might mention. And when a taxpayer wins final appeal to lower their tax liability, they get a refund of those taxes in addition to 8% interest. The 8% is specified in the statute. It is clearly more than we currently earn on our deposits. And so what this legislation would do would be to limit the interest paid on those tax refunds to a fair market rate, at least equal to what we are earning. Next issue was brought to us from the Public Health Department. It has to do with...
Can we go back to that one? Just one of the things that we might also do would be to discuss when that interest begins to run. Because I think now it begins when the judge hits the gavel and says, here's what it's going to be, versus when the appraisal district may have an opportunity to recalculate and determine what the refund would be. So I'd rather it be, some period after that gives an entity an opportunity to recalculate that, and then maybe it's a week after, maybe it's 2 weeks after the time of the finding.
Would a fair market rate be an average over a period of time?
I would have to explore that with the Auditor's Office and find out what the current practice is. But we can look into all of those. Next issue has to do with the inspection of daycare facilities. Again, from the Public Health Department, currently those facilities are licensed and regulated by the state, and some local cities perform those do sanitary inspections of those facilities. Some cities would like to contract with the county to provide those services, but because we do not have specific legislation allowing us to do those inspections, it is felt by the District Attorney's Office that we don't have the authority to do it on behalf of anybody else. So this would allow the counties to inspect daycare facilities on behalf of other governmental entities and to recoup costs under our own authority. Next issue was brought to us by our Criminal Justice Manager and the Budget Department. It's a new issue having to do with breath alcohol testing fee. The current $30 fee that is assessed on DWI convictions was set in 1991. The county gets to recoup $22.50 of that expense if we don't use DPS to administer those services. In our county, the costs are exceeding the revenue generated by about 50%. In 2006, the revenue was about $62,000, and the cost of the program was $95,000. So what we would be seeking is an increase in those fees to cover our local costs of administration. Next issue came to us also from the criminal judges. There was some legislation passed last session regarding the confidentiality of address information of certain judges, and what they didn't include and what this legislation would address is that the address information of the judges' spouses would also be considered as confidential because it leaves the judges vulnerable if their spouses can be found. Next issue has to do with the expunction of criminal records, also from the criminal judges list. Right now, to get an expunction, it is required that the statute of limitations run out on the crime that a person is accused of, and if you're falsely arrested on a crime like murder or sexual assault for which there is no statute of limitations, you can't get your record expunged. So this would seek to approve legislation that would allow expunctions if and when the arrested party is no billed by a grand jury or if the state dismisses those charges altogether. Next issue was brought to us by a jury services department, and this is an issue that I got some new information on, which I would probably recommend that this be moved to our support function. This has to do with juror qualification clarifications. The task force on jury administration has made a report to the Texas Supreme Court that is going to probably include a lot of other jury-related issues, and there's probably going to be an omnibus bill filed, and this is going to be included on that. But what this particular issue deals with is a qualifier for jury service is that you have not been convicted or accused of a misdemeanor theft or a felony. It specifies theft. You can be accused or convicted of any other type of misdemeanor and still serve on a jury, but if it's theft, you can't be, and that just kind of seems a little off. And that recommendation would be to remove misdemeanor theft from the standards for disqualification, and that is also part of the recommendations of the jury task force. And finally, the issue that y'all have already discussed is a request for a new district court. I'll be happy to answer any questions. What we will seek, we will bring back these issues for action, I guess next week with the changes that have been recommended, and we will move forward from there.
Do you have any additional comments or anything during the week? If you just contact our office and contact Mark and give him your thoughts, we would appreciate it.
And I might just add that if there's any of your departments, I know Mark has worked with many of y'all already, but if there's any departments out there and you've got some issues or concerns, be sure and bring it to us, and same with any of us, from tax standpoint or from CUC, we'll look at that. Any other questions or discussions at this time?
Your Honor, just a reminder, we will be going into a workshop after we come back from closed.
And again, I would remind everyone that we will be closing today in memory or in honor of the 3 National Guardsmen who died last week in Iraq. And while we're not going to adjourn right now, but that will be when we do. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempted under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code.
I signed her one of these.
Oh, the last one.
My name? No, there's only one other sheet, 2 other sheets. Oh, yeah, okay. It didn't have a sticker on it. That one's also got one that doesn't have a sticker on it.
Well, you have to sign. Do you have the keyboard?
Yeah, I'm gonna sign this one black ink. Gotta screw everybody up.
Okay. Well, Glenn handed it to me.
You have the keyboard? Are you going to run it from there?
That's true.
There will be.
I'll sign that one. I think I've signed. Oh, here's one here. I would. I'll sign that one, but I missed that one.
GK. Look at
Yes,
the
we
screen.
know. Watch our big screens.
I'm reading mine, I'm sorry.
It's all right. You're spreading out here.
Okay. Now I have one, if we get this, you got to do.
Right. Thank you. You can't have my
Oh,
pad.
okay.
That will not work.
What do you mean it won't work?
That's what they just told me 3 times.
Right.
Your Honor, now we could go to the work session, which is item 17A. Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon. Staff is requesting that Commissioners Court hear the formal presentations of 5 construction management firms that are interested in the Tarrant County Civil Courts project that was included in the 2006 Capital Improvement Program. We'll have, it'll be usual protocol. We'll have, which I'll try to explain.
Now, this is the most important part of the whole deal.
It is,
here.
and
I'm kind of concerned that Commissioner Brooks isn't here.
It does change from time to time. And what doesn't change, we're going to allow them 20 minutes of formal presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer, and so they cut a break in between each firm so we can get set up. We're going to ask the Commissioners Court to please rank these firms 1 to 5, and 5, the firm that receives a 5 is the best firm that you believe can do this project for us. And I'd like to introduce Roger Files with Austin Commercial.
Thank you, David. First of all, I want to tell you we're excited about being here today and representing Austin Commercial and Conrail. I am Roger Files. I'm the Regional Project Manager, and I'll be the Project Executive in charge of your project.
I'm Carlos Kenner. I'm the Senior VP for Conrail.
First thing I'd like to tell you is that this relationship with Conrail is not something that we just put together because you put out an RFQ. Our relationship goes back to 1989, and Susan and John and Reggie and myself have been working together for 20 years at the Dallas Convention Center, on and off again, on multiple projects. So the relationship we have today is ready to hit the road and run and start the design and the construction of this project. You'll find out we have a lot of experience. We've worked together on multiple projects here in Fort Worth, as well as public projects. With that, I'd like to ask our team to introduce themselves.
Again, I'm Carlos Kenner, Senior VP for Conrail. I'll be the Project Exec for Conrail.
I'm Brian Andrews, Pre-Construction Manager for Austin Commercial, with Austin for 10 years.
Simeon Terry, Mwb Program Administrator, Austin Industries, with Austin.
John Heisey, Senior Superintendent, been with Austin for 27 and a half years, currently assigned to the Tarrant County College District project across the street.
Nicole Heinley with Austin Commercial. I've been with Austin for 4 years. I work in pre-construction. I'm a lead accredited professional and be a lead consultant on this project.
I'm Brett Miller with Conrail, been approximately 17 years, project manager.
Chris, can you introduce yourself? Yeah, I'm Chris Geis with Austin Commercial, and I've been with the company for 7 years.
Hi, I'm Susan Hansen, and I'm the Senior Project Manager. I've been in construction for 20 years, 26 years, actually. And I've been with Austin Commercial for 10 years. Yep. I'll touch base on our courthouse experience. I have worked on the Robertson Courthouse Construction Program for Los Angeles County. I know what it takes to design and construct a courthouse, one with a mega courtroom, one with high-security courtroom, one with jury services. I understand the separation between the judges, the staff, and the public. And I also understand the judges' concerns with safety. With that experience, I believe that we will enhance the project, especially when we start constructability reviews, costing, scheduling. And the project team, I know, will deliver a quality project. And thank you. I'll turn it over to Reggie to briefly talk on courthouse.
Again, I'm Reggie Miller with Conrail, and I'm currently closing out the Phase 1 project, the Miller Sub Courthouse over on Miller Avenue, and we've started the Phase 2 portion, which I'm kind of happy to say is ahead of schedule.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Reggie. Next, I'd like to point out to you our experience in the public projects that we have. We have several projects that you may be familiar with. The Fort Worth Convention Center, DFW Terminal D, Federal Reserve Bank Building in Dallas, American Airlines Center, the Dallas Convention Center, Arcadia Park, and Lone Star Park. These are several projects that we have done for public entities, and the reason we've done those several public entities is for cities and principalities. People trust us with their money. We've proven time and time again that we control their budgets and turn money back to them at the end of the projects. In addition,
how many of those projects was Conrail involved in with you?
Conrail was involved on both phases of the Dallas Convention Center, the American Airlines Center, Lone Star Racetrack, the TI Twin Stars facility in Richardson, and let me see, Dallas County Community College are currently teamed with Susan and I on that project. They're currently teamed with us over here at the Tarrant County Community College project. So our relationship goes back, like I said, in 1989. When Reggie was just a baby boy, we used to work together at that facility, and very proud of that relationship. So again, it's a relationship that we just didn't put together for this proposal. We've been together for almost 20 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to point out to you that we have a lot of experience in Fort Worth. We've done UNT Health Service Science Center, about to start another project for them here in Fort Worth, the Fort Worth Convention Center. We were actually the program manager as well as the CM at risk on the Fort Worth Convention Center, which was quite a successful project here. We've done Alcorn Labs, we've done Acme Brick, we've done multiple projects at TCU, we've done American Airline headquarters, we're currently doing the Omni Hotel, and we've done the Fort Worth Zoo. I can continue going on, but our time is kind of short, so I'd like to go on to our experience also with HOK. We understand that is the firm that you may have selected for your AE services. We're currently doing the Omni Hotel with them, and Susan and I are currently doing a couple of projects at Eastville and Cedar Valley in the Dallas County Community College with HOK. So we bring that experience. The other thing that you mentioned in your proposal, in your request, was you wanted to see high-end and high-quality projects. We have in front of you several projects that we've done for Exxon, their world headquarters, the EDS world headquarters, Hunt Oil headquarters. We just finished this for Ray Hunt. It's very the picture up on the right-hand side of your slide is the pendulum that's in his front lobby. We've done numerous projects for law firms here in Fort Worth and Dallas, and we understand the quality that you're looking for in your granite. We understand the quality that you're looking for in your millwork. We understand what it means to build a high-end, quality finished project. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Susan Hanson to ask our team to come back up.
Thanks, Roger. This team, Austin Commercial and Conrail, this team's involved through pre-construction through post-construction. So we're not going away. This is who you're going to see. When I read over the RFP, I understood that there are 4 main concerns. And I'd like to introduce the team members that will manage those areas of concern and will help alleviate your concern. First, I'll turn it over to Brian, who will talk about the GMP process.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting us be here today. And again, I'm Brian Andrews, and my role on the project is to oversee the pre-construction process. And we feel that the pre-construction process is as important as the whole entire construction process. This is where the foundation for the project is going to be built and going to be established. Austin Commercial is set up with a diversity of experts in individual fields to work with the pre-construction. We have in-house structural experts, mechanical, electrical people, and then also our department is set up where we're used to working on the front end with projects in regards to helping to set budgets. Our goal is to help you maximize the money that you have to spend on your project. As Roger mentioned, we do have experience with HOK. I have personal experience with HOK on the Omni Fort Worth Convention Center Hotel and condos. We're going to develop budgets at each of the design deliverables that the design team creates. We're going to evaluate the project specifications for any requirements for long lead materials. We've touched on the granite. We've got experience in purchasing granite ahead of time in order to make sure that it's fabricated and delivered to the project on time so that it doesn't impact the project. We're going to work with the design team as basically one of their consultants. Like I said, it's something that we do every day. We're used to attending the meetings and working with them and helping them to run different options to ground. And then also wanted to touch on the scheduling and logistics. We feel that having the project team involved early on is key so that the project manager and superintendent are aware of decisions that are made early on in the process so that nothing's lost as we transition into the construction team. In addition to that, they'll help us develop the buy-in for the subcontractor packages that we develop as part of the hub requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, who will explain our lead involvement. But I'd also like to add that HOK, Kurt Milligan, and I are working on the DCCD Science and Vet Tech, which is a silver lead project. Nicole?
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Nicole Heinley. I'm a lead accredited professional. I've been with Austin for 4 years, and I'm consulting on many of the projects that you'll see here today. Austin has extensive experience with the lead process, both during construction and pre-construction. As you can see up there, several of our projects. We do have the distinction of being the only general contractor in North Texas who has built a LEED Platinum building, which is the McKinney Green building you'll see up there in the upper left. We've built a total of 40 green or LEED projects that equal approximately 21 million square feet. So this is something that we've done many times before. We understand that most successful LEED projects are those that foster a collaborative relationship early on between all parties. As lead coordinator on the project, I would work with Brian Andrews and the pre-construction team to help set our LEED goals, to plan how we would accomplish those goals, and to make sure that we have those goals within our budget. I'd also seek early subcontractor involvement. They are our experts. They are the ones who are most up to date with new green building technologies. Getting them involved early is usually helpful to have the most efficient and cost-effective green building. My involvement would then carry over into the construction portion of the project, working with John and Susan to help the construction team understand what the goals are, how to implement them, how to track the LEED process so that everything goes smoothly. And then once the project is complete, we understand that there is quite a bit closeout procedure with a LEED project. We know that procedure, we know what the owner needs to do, what we need to do, and what the architect needs to do to make that all come together. Currently in the DFW area, we have 9 LEED projects happening right now. 2 of distinction in Fort Worth, the TCCD campus right down the street here, and the UNT Health Science Public Health Education Building, which is our second project with them.
Thanks, Nicole. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Simeon to discuss our hub participation.
Good afternoon again. My name is Simeon Terry. I'm the Hub Mwb Program Administrator at Austin. Been in construction for 18 years. Been in the diversity and inclusion area for over 11, 12 years, working with small minority and women-owned businesses, particularly in the construction industry. At Austin, inclusion is a lifestyle. It's a culture. It's not something that we do when we're mandated. We live it, we breathe it every single day. And we establish that culture by doing several things. One, we have self-imposed goals on all of our projects, regardless of whether they're goals imposed on them by the owners or not. That guarantees us inclusion in every effort. We look at those goals as the floor and not the ceiling. And so what we mean by that is when we reach those goals, we don't just stop. We're looking at maximizing opportunities with our hub minority women-owned businesses in the community, because we look at every opportunity to spend a dollar as an opportunity to procure a dollar with hub and minority-owned businesses. And again, maximization of inclusion on all areas. We've also been recognized locally and well as nationally by our own peers in our industry for our inclusionary programs, our mentoring programs that we've established here locally as well as across the country and other markets that we're in. As you'll see, there are several areas, projects that we've completed that kind of show some of our efforts that we've done. And majority of these projects have had goals anywhere from 10 to 26%. As you can see, we've exceeded those margins on every one of them, and that's by having that mentality and living and breathing that culture that we do every single day. One of the things that has allowed us to have the success with our program has been our inclusionary procurement strategy. And we do several things. One is we unbundle the big packages. We don't want to just have one or two projects go to an MBE or hub firm and that's it. Again, we're looking at maximizing opportunities across the community. We want to penetrate deep into community and give those people opportunities that may not be able to bond certain amounts of packages, give them the opportunity to be able to have participation on the projects. We're going to target areas of opportunities. And what we mean by that is we're going to look at all the areas of scopes. We've done an availability study. We understand where the heavy concentration are for hub firms, and we're going to penetrate those very hard. We're going to make sure that they have every opportunity, not only at the first tier level, but at the second tier, third tier, and so forth all the way down, because anytime there's an opportunity at whatever level, we're trying to make a difference. Non-construction related opportunities, while they may be few, again, there's opportunities to procure work, whether it's courier services, whether it's catering services, small business, minority business that may not be construction related still can play a part and have an opportunity to participate on the projects. And that's where we look at, again, at maximizing those opportunities. Another way we're going to help maximize those opportunities is have a minimum of 3 hub firms per package. We want to make sure that we guarantee the full inclusion and opportunity for firms to participate at all levels when possible. We also have trade-specific mixers. A lot of times there'll just be one large mixer, but a lot of times we'll break that down. We'll look at mechanical, electrical, plumbing specific. We'll look at interior finish out specific. Have mixers, have networking forums where they can have a full understanding of what that project is going to bring. They can meet our superintendents, project managers, have one-on-one. We can really kind of get deep into the project itself. They can have a better understanding of how the project is going to be built, how it's going to be procured, as well as opportunities that are going to be available for them, as well as meet some of those first-tier primes that may be looking for second and third-tier opportunities. So we're going to help facilitate those relationships as well. And lastly, we're going to also look at participation at all levels. And we have contract language that will go to the prime contractors that's going to allow them to have inclusion at all levels for sub-tier underneath their participation as well. And we're going to do that across the board. So that way, we look at, again, at maximizing our opportunities and not just settling for the minimum goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Samir. Last but not least, we've got John Heisey, who will speak to you about our quality assurance program. John?
Austin has a proven quality assurance program. As mentioned in pre-construction, it all starts there with constructability reviews that both Susan and I will be involved with to make sure that the things that are being designed with a plan in mind. The purpose of our assurance program is to ensure that we meet contractual obligations and meet compliance with the design. This we achieve through phased inspections to identify and prevent the deficiencies. Reporting of the noncompliance documentation and tracking are all means of communications that we'll use to maintain that we're developing and ensuring that we give you a quality product in the end. And then we distribute that to our subcontractors on a weekly basis and discuss the status of each one of those non-compliant issues. We further have pre-construction meetings with our subcontractors as we're buying the work. We bring them in and give them expectations of ours to what we want them to produce. And then we'll go through fabrication inspections of their facilities and make sure that they're producing a quality product so that when it comes to the job site, we don't have to worry about the materials not meeting the specifications. We have a pre-activity meeting with our subcontractors also, where we bring the subcontractors and foremen in and make sure they understand what's expected. We'll do inspections of material deliveries. We'll have initial inspections as they start their work, and we even do mini mock-ups or self-imposed mock-ups that we'll expect the subcontractors to do on key materials and the quality to make sure that those high-end finishes are met. We'll do further periodic and follow-up inspections to assure that everything's continuing on what was established in the beginning. Substantial completion inspections, and as we get to substantial completion, we'll do a punch list, basically our self-punch. We'll have final inspections where we have the architect and an owner, actually owner's rep, come in and do a final inspection. Documentation and communication methods are used to assure the quality. We'll just make sure that everything's being communicated across the board. Everybody knows exactly what we have issues with and how they're being handled. We have a pre-pour checklist that we use, and we've got a slide here. It's not very legible here, but that's just an example of what we go through on a pre-pour checklist prior to placing concrete, so that we've checked everything, get all the subcontractors and responsible parties to sign off before we place concrete on a given part of the structure to assure that we meet all those qualifications. Requires or reduces the possibility for having to go back, tear things out, and redo it. Also included in that will be the third party owners testing, city inspections. We work well with the city, establish those relationships up front. We'll use 6-week look-ahead schedules to assure that materials are being delivered on time and as they're needed, so they're not setting out there to be in the weather or anything to that exposure. And then obviously public notifications, currently working on the Tarrant County College District project across the street. We understand that working downtown in the close proximity to all the courts, everything else you've kind of seen, we have to relate that information on our activities. The same thing will go here with activities in the street, shutting lanes of traffic down. Those public notifications need to be published so that everybody kind of knows where we're going and what's expected, and not have the traffic jams downtown.
So if we hired you, you'd immediately stop working across the street?
We'll immediately.
We were hoping you didn't mention that.
Yeah, really.
Communication, I'm sorry.
Have they told you whether you're going to continue to work across the street?
Well, the board meets tomorrow night, so we hope we know more tomorrow evening. Communication and documentation are part of the reporting and control for noncompliance and reporting of those noncompliance issues and following up to make sure that they have been taken care of. As-built are also part of our record recording, and that will be part of our quality assurance program also. Thank you.
You know, we really appreciate having an opportunity to come for a presentation like this. You know, that's a superintendent, and we never get to see him dressed like this. I think he thought he was coming to court because he got called for jury service or something. But usually we don't see him like that, and I can assure you he has changed of clothes and is in his pickup out there. So anyway, we are through with our presentation, and we tried to stay close to your 20 minutes, and we're ready for your questions. I do ask at the end of your question if we could have a couple minutes just to tell you why it's selected Austin.
Did y'all recently do a job for JPS?
Yes, sir.
Was that the
Patient Tower?
facility down there?
I'm sorry?
Patient Tower?
Is that correct? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
And how many of this team was on that project?
Reggie?
It was another joint Austin-Conrail.
Yes, it was.
job.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just some simple stuff on your HUB procurement strategies. When you're talking about unbundling bid packages, is that like by section, or tell me exactly what you mean by that?
I'll get the expert up here.
Yes, we're going to look at each scope of work, and actually working with Brian on the pre-construction and estimating team, we do this early on. We look at the bid packages, and then we're going to look at, for scheduling, costs, and things like that, we're able to break them down. We've already got an established database of firms that we've worked with from an inclusion standpoint, and we have a good idea of who can handle what size of work, who can bond the type of work, who's performed those types of work before, as well as working with, again, the non-hub primes and helping them identify areas of opportunities that they're going to subcontract out as well. So we're going to break down each scope of work. Where there's opportunities, we're going to unbundle those packages, allow them for first-tier opportunity. When there's not, we're going to identify sub-tier opportunities that then will be matriculated to the first-tier primes, and they will also have that opportunity to procure work as well underneath them. So we have total inclusion area on all scopes of work.
When you say minimum of 3 firms per package, is that will be bidding per package, or is that awarding contracts?
No, bidding work. At least 3. That's our goal, to have at least.
Drywall, or let's say electrical. You're bidding all your electrical. You're going to have at least 3 HUB firms?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That will be bidding.
That will be bidding. That are qualified to bid on that. And again, now there may be some instances where they're not there. But again, that's where our sub-tier plan comes in to underlay that as well. But yes, that's our goal, and that helps us maximize those opportunities.
Okay. Thanks.
You know, I'd like to just add to that answer. On one of our projects at the convention center, to increase our minority participation there, the project called for a lot of precast. We sat down with the designers and took that precast and said, we think we can do this out of CMU block. And by doing that with the precast, we had no participation. But going to the CMU block and opening it up to community, we were able to have that work done by a minority firm, and we got the participation. So that's some of the things we're going to be doing, looking through the design and see if we can do that here.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Could I
go ahead and close? Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here today, and I hope you see our passion about your job. We're excited about working in Fort Worth. We have an office here in Fort Worth, and we'd like to continue our relationship with the county and this court project. Today, you've seen that we are nationally recognized for our inclusion program. Simeon has won a national award for an advocate in the minority community area. Our company is number 1 in minority participation in this area on our projects. We're very proud of that, and that goes deep into our core. As Simeon told you, we have a requirement on all of our projects, whether there's a requirement from the owner or not, and that's a 10% minimum. But that's the floor. That's not the ceiling. We're going to try to exceed that. So all of our projects that you see, you didn't see all of them on there, have minority participation on that. We're very proud of that. We are a leader with the LEAD program. As Nicole told you, we've done over 40 different projects, over 21 million square feet of projects that are LEED certified, and we're the only one with a platinum building that is certified in the Metroplex. Outstanding pre-construction capabilities in GMP. We understand that your GMP, you want to develop your GMP as you go, but you'll finalize it as you finalize your bids. We believe that that's a great way to go. We've always been within our GMP. I'll give you an example. We have a job, and I won't name the job today, but the owner delayed the job, and we all know what the fuel cost has done. We all know what steel prices are done and trucking has been doing. But that job, we were able to find a steel supplier who had a job that stopped, and he had some steel that he purchased from a different pricing scheme. He was able to come in and lower the price of the steel on that job, and that job is going to start in about 3 weeks. If we had not found that job would not be going forward today. That's the expertise we bring in our pricing and knowing the market. When you're the number 1 construction manager in this area and the state of Texas, we have a lot of buying power that we can bring to your team. We talked about our current experience with HOK. We're very proud of that relationship with Kirk, and we have several projects we're doing together with them right now. One you can see is the Omni Hotel. We're very proud of that, and it's on schedule for completion. As John pointed out, we have worked with the city. We are working with the traffic and understand exactly the flow around this building, particularly when you have jury days or court days. It's very congested around this area, as I'm sure you're familiar with. Again, and the most important thing is that we have several public owners who have hired us for repeat projects because they trust us with their money. We've been able to control budgets and cost and return money back to the city of Dallas. Fort Worth Convention Center received the savings from us. That is what we strive to do, is to give you a savings back at the end of our projects. We're very proud of that and the fact that they trust us, and we'd like to become part of your team and add you to our list of clients. Thank you for today.
Thank you. When's the Omni Hotel supposed to be finished?
I think the hotel is January, and then the condos will go longer than that, depending on how sales go.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
Why don't we start back in 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Thank you.
they've widened the courtroom a little bit, made a little semicircle.
Say that again? We're live now.
In probably the second week in November, we'll do a schematic design presentation for the administration building renovation. And what they've done, the preliminary schematic has this wall moved that way a little bit, and a little bit a wider courtroom. So it'll help solve some of this issue we have today. I'd like to introduce...
You're implying some of us are becoming wider.
I'd like to introduce Shannon Arnold, Senior VP with Balfour Beatty.
Commissioners, Judge, we're excited to be here today. I'm especially excited about this project that we're talking about, and I'm also proud about the team that we're able to put together here today. I want to kind of launch into that and get this thing moving along. I know you guys got a long day ahead of you, and we're running late. As a company, we've been in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for about 75 years. My office is about 1.5 miles from here, and we've got currently about $300 million worth of work in Tarrant County under construction in Flower Mound, South Lake, Arlington, and notably at Harris Methodist Fort Worth. We've built many landmark projects across Tarrant County, and we've got a lot of current local knowledge about the marketplace, which we'll talk about in more detail later. I am proud of the team that we've got. We've got courthouse builders. We've built a lot of these types of facilities nationwide, and I'm able to bring a team together that has that experience. Also, as a part of our team, we have Howard Construction, and I'd like to introduce Howard at this time and let him go.
I'm Randall Howard, president of R.D. Howard, and again, we'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to present to you our personalized project approach. And we realize your schedule is busy, and so we'll be real brief. I'd like to real quickly introduce my vice president, Carlos House. Carlos has more than 35 years of construction experience. He brings, along with our 60 years of experience in serving this community and earning our keep right here in Fort Worth. We're out in the southeast part of town. And if we're selected for this project, we'll continue to earn our keep. In other words, we won't be just a partner on paper. We will do a part of the very hard work that is involved in a challenging project like the one before us. Equally important is this relationship with Balfour. It's not a shotgun wedding. We've been involved with Balfour for more than 10 years now. Our first project with Balfour was at Harris Hospital more than 10 years ago, and since that time we've done nearly a dozen projects for them. In addition to the Harris Hospital work, we've done other hospital work as well at JPS, and recently we've worked on a $115 million project at Children's Hospital in Dallas. In addition to that, we take a lot of pride and actually humbleness in working with Balfour on the Fort Worth Police and Firefighter Memorial Project. It's a project to honor our fallen heroes over on West 7th Street. In addition to that, we are not a stranger to Tarrant County either. We have, as we speak today, we are working on the Charles Griffin sub-courthouse, doing the foundation work and site improvements there on that project. We've done work at your sub-courthouse facilities out on Telephone Road and Lake Worth and over in Arlington. And we've done work across the street at the old courthouse facility. If we are allowed to serve on this project, we hope to be a part of a growing and broadening MBE capacity, Tarrant County MBE capacity, to keep up with the growth of this county, one of the fastest growing counties in the United States. We are ready. We are experienced. There's no question about our partner here, and we hope that you all will embrace our concept. Thank you all very much.
I'm Ples Mitchell, Vice President of Operations for Balfour Beatty, and I'll be the officer in charge for this project. I want y'all just for a second to think forward to the day when we open this great courthouse for the citizens of Tarrant County. The fire alarms are working, telephones are working, the punch list is done, we're on time, and we're under budget. And to do that, you need 4 key things. 1, you need to have local experience, and we have that with the Harris Methodist Project, Arlington, as we talked earlier, as well as the Gaylord Texan. You also need government and courthouse experience, and we have that as well. We're currently working on the Ellis County Courthouse. It's coming in pre-construction right now, so we have some very recent relevant information on courthouses, as well as the Albuquerque Courthouse that Jimmy and Bob built that won the ABC Eagle Award, which is the highest award for construction excellence in the country when that courthouse was finished. And you also need sustainability and lead experience. We have that as well. We have lead certified people in our company, as well as we understand sustainability and we believe it as a company. We also have, more importantly, I think, design team experience. You have to have worked with that architect before. You have to understand what his details are before he even draws them, so that we can accurately estimate the cost of the project very early on in the process. And you also need a team that has worked together before, and a team that has courthouse experience, and a team that's worked with the design team. We have that team here today. Tommy Campbell, 21 years with Balfour Beatty. He has courthouse experience, Tarrant County experience, lead, and HKS experience. He also built, real quick, the Dallas Police Headquarters, which was the first silver lead project for the city of Dallas. Bob Lemke, Senior Project Manager, 23 years with Balfour Beatty, courthouse experience, Tarrant County experience, and experience with the design team. Jimmy Hodnett, 31 years with Balfour Beatty, and you know, Jimmy's kind of, what Jimmy's known for is building difficult projects downtown. It takes a special superintendent to do that, and that's what he'll bring to this job, as well as courthouse and design team experience. Ed Prendergast, Vice President of Pre-Construction, Tarrant County experience, HKS experience, and a proven budget accuracy, especially in the Tarrant County area, and he's going to talk about that in a second. Thank you.
I am Bob Lemke. I will be your Senior Project Manager on this project, which means I will be your single point of contact throughout the entire life of this project. I have a special personal interest in this project as I live here in Tarrant County. If we're awarded this project, this will be the 4th building that I've worked on here in Tarrant County. And as Ples went through, I've got an extensive experience with government construction projects as well as courthouse with the Albuquerque Courthouse. And as Ples mentioned, a National Excellence in Construction Award winner. What I've learned through all that experience is that government projects and courthouse projects are very special. You have a variety of stakeholders in the job, as the Commissioner's Court, judges, bailiffs, county clerks, the lawyers, et cetera, that all have input into the process. So you need to bring a personalized, integrated approach to the process. When we were kind of studying the site, I stopped in over at the Family Law building over here next door, and talked to some of the security guards there, and they were sharing with me some challenges they've had with some of the security at the front of the building, the doors and so forth. And I really sensed that they wish they'd had some more input into how that was put together. Well, we want to get that input from them very early on, as well as all the other stakeholders in the process. The process we use to do that is we call it MAP. MAP stands for Mission Alignment Process, so that we integrate the team, we bring them all together, and we capture all of their needs and desires for this project, and we put together a project-specific plan to incorporate that into the project within the budget, as well as a process to measure our progress along the way, to make sure that when we get to the end that we've met all the needs of all the stakeholders and we've remained within budget. Another key component with as many stakeholders as we're going to have here is communication. We have an open book policy. We use web-based job management software that's available to all the stakeholders 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to get information about the project. Also on a monthly basis, we'll be taking a snapshot of the project and providing a monthly report that gives the status of all the key issues on the project, obviously budget, schedule, but also quality control measures that are going into place, safety measures that are going into place, and also addressing all the key issues that we're tracking throughout the project to make sure that those goals are incorporated into the job. Our goal is to have no surprises. And when we were preparing for our proposal for this project, I called Judge Conway in Albuquerque to ask him if I could use him for a reference on this project, and spoke with him quite a while. And he said one thing to me that really stuck, and that was, "Bob, I still love my building." And what that really tells me is when he says my building, that means he has ownership in that building. He felt part of the process that it took to bring that building to reality. And when he said, "I love my building," that means he also took great pride. You cannot have that unless the team is completely integrated and part of the process. When we finish this project, my goal is to have the judges come to you and say, in 10 years, "I love my building."
Good afternoon. I'm Tommy Campbell. I'll be the operations director for this project. I'll be kind of the hub of the team, providing a lot of coordination and leadership throughout the process, along with our team, internal teams, and with the architect, the owner, yourselves, and your end users as well. We all bring, the teams that you're going to see today will all bring policies and procedures that will establish and build this project for you. But where we differentiate ourselves is in our quality control program and quality assurance program. You might ask yourself, what is quality assurance to me? Well, if you can imagine, the ribbon cutting ceremonies already take place, you're moved into your building, and about a week later, you start getting phone calls from the judges over there that says, "Gee, what's wrong with these sight lines? I can't even see my clerk, my courtroom clerk." What we've done down at Ellis County as part of this mock-up is we've created this mock-up for a courtroom. You're going to spend the lion's share of the cost of this project in your courtrooms. They absolutely have to work. And so you can spend as little or as much as you want to for these mock-ups, but what this mock-up demonstrates, if you look at in the background, you see that it demonstrates the ceiling heights, it's the exact dimensions and so forth that the courtroom's going to be, the orientation of the judges' benches, along with the jury seating, along with the witness stand and the attorneys' tables and all that. And what we did down in Ellis County is we did a working session where we brought the attorneys, the judges, the district clerks, the district attorneys, lawyers from the community, and they came in, they touched, they feel. We brought in AV consultants, the design team, and we all worked together to make sure that the courtroom that we're going to build in Ellis County meets their needs. You guys all have the same information or same stuff in your courtrooms. You may orientate them differently to suit your needs, and that's what these mock-ups will do. We'll mock up various different things other than courtrooms, like exterior facades and so forth, but everything will meet your needs. Our quality control program is driven by a person in our office, Terry Marsh. He's a director of quality control, and he heads up our quality control program 100%. He's 100% dedicated to that, and he's supported by a group of about 12 or 14 construction professionals within our organization. And this group of people will help the teams, the project teams, develop job-specific, project-specific quality control programs, which will be implemented with our subcontractor quality control program so that everybody knows what everybody's doing before it's time to do it. So it's a lot of pre-planning activities, which ultimately means success for your project. Understand also that leads is going to be a lead is a very important component of this project. We understand lead. This is the Dallas Police Headquarters, the Jack Evans Police Headquarters. I oversaw that silver certification for that project as well, so I fully understand the lead process, but I also understand sustainability. We're bringing a team with Jimmy and Bob and this group here today that knows sustainability. We've been building sustainable buildings long before the popularity of LEED came into play. Building one-user projects for the federal government, state government, county governments all over the nation that, you construct these projects for 50 to 100 years. That's where they have to last. So we understand that. We bring that knowledge to the table today to build your project. We'll go through the life cycle cost analysis through our pre-construction efforts with Ed and his group in estimating, as well as understand our environmental responsibilities for providing that type of facility for Tarrant County as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jimmy Hodnett. I'm the general superintendent for the project. These guys are doing such a good job. I hope I don't mess it up. But I'm going to talk to you about the logistics of your project. Before I do that, like you heard before, I've been with the company for 31 years. I've been in construction for 38 years. I've built 6 projects in major downtown areas like Los Angeles and Dallas and Lubbock. Pardon me, not Lubbock, but Albuquerque with Bob. We built as you heard, the courthouse in Lubbock. There's a lot of problems that are inherent in building a building in a downtown area, and this is a major city in a major downtown area. As you can see from the map, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here because y'all are on these streets every day, but going in on Belknap and excuse me, and out on Weatherford for your traffic in the mornings and evenings is very stiff, and during the day you have traffic all day long around your site. Well, I could make up some stuff and tell you about your building or your site or where we're going to put the entrances or the cranes, but I don't know because we don't know yet. But we'll find out and we'll figure out the best place to do that without interrupting the traffic. The biggest thing that's my responsibility is to build this project without interrupting the flow of traffic in this downtown area. That's both vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic. You have several buildings that pedestrian traffic's very heavy, coming from your parking garage and going to your family law and the courthouse. So this is it's a very challenging thing, and whether we have to build walkways for the sidewalks or put signs up on the streets to guide people to a different side of the road, all that'll be determined and most likely with the city traffic control, and we'll coordinate with them. Also, the Tarrant County Community College I feel like I'm really talking fast here, but the Tarrant County Community College is in progress right now, and when that gets finished, there's going to be a lot more pedestrian traffic there. And there's only going to be one person that's going to be in charge of this site. And the site is not only the site of the project, but it's all the streets and all the sidewalks that are around it. And that person that's going to be responsible for that is me. I'm going to be the one that you're going to call or you come to if somebody calls you to say, hey, what about this? I did that, or there's dirt in the street or whatever. I'm the guy that's going to take care of that. And I could talk about this for about an hour and a half, but I better not.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. Again, I'm Ed Prendergast. I'll be heading up the pre-construction effort, which is a very important part of the job. I'll be personally managing that myself. 28 years experience in the Metroplex, but specifically the last 7 years I've been working on just Tarrant County work. I know the Tarrant County market. I understand the costs. We've been going through double-digit escalation for the last 5 years. It's been really tough to manage it. Well, we've been successful on every one of our Tarrant County projects to bring those jobs in budget. How we do that, I have working behind me 30 professionals in our pre-construction department. That's the largest investment of any company in the Southwest towards pre-construction to make sure your budget is maintained. Within that group, we have mechanical and electrical directors that will work with your engineers and your users to make sure we have a mechanical electrical system that has sustainability, but the life cycle and efficiencies to operate for the long term. Very important, once we're done, that you have an operating facility that works efficiently. We're going to jump in as soon as if we get awarded the project, jump in with the architect, HKS and HOK immediately with their user group meetings so we understand the goals of the project and we understand the expectations of the project so we can marry those up with the budget and make those expectations that you're looking for met. You see at the bottom of the slide there's 4 Tarrant County projects that are either under construction or recently finished. 3 of those with HKS over the last 7 years. Every one of those jobs are either under budget or on budget. We guarantee you that we're going to get this job in budget. I personally guarantee you that. We're going to make sure that the expectations are met and that the goals of the project are met. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in closing, I'd like to offer that I believe Balfour represents the mix that you'll need for the success of this project, which is bringing a firm with the right kind of experience, a team that has the right kind of experience, a pre-construction department that has managed through these very difficult market times in the market and have brought projects in on budget, and a lot of experience with your design team. Ples kind of spoke to that, but we've had over 50 projects recently completed with HKS, HOK team, and I think that allows us to move quickly through any learning curves. We know what they know, and I think that's a very important point. And then also I would like to add that I think our partnership with Randall in trying to develop the MBE community here is a strength. I've enjoyed watching Randall kind of grow his business, and this offers another extension of that opportunity. So with that, we'll open it up to questions and answers, and I hope we made it on time.
You bet. Thank you very much. Questions, court members? Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I tell you 5 minutes, you're going to take 10, but let's stick with
Well, that's good. That's good. It's good to talk to you.
I'm fine. He's spread out all over the place. He's got some over here, he's got some over there.
I'll get it pulled in a little bit.
Hold yourself together over there.
Go right ahead.
I would like to introduce John Costello, Vice President with Gilbane Building Company.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, members of the court. Appreciate the time to present to you today. I'm assuming you have everything on your notebooks, what I'm looking at up on the screen.
Might need that.
What do I do with it?
Down button. Figure it out. You got it.
Pressure. Appreciate the time today to interview with you for the Civil Courts Building. This is a exciting project for us. Another opportunity, we think, to shine in the eyes of Tarrant County and put our best foot forward. And we think what we're going to deliver to you today is that combination of a team. In addition to myself, I've got Richard Knight here with Pegasus. He will be our partner on the project. I'll let him speak in just a minute. The balance of our team, Ed Rittmeyer, you know him very well. Numerous facilities delivered successfully for Tarrant County. Kirby Jones, playing a manager of engineering role, and Scott Cope will be our superintendent on the job. It's probably appropriate to speak just briefly that if, in fact, we are successful on this project and there is an overlap with the jail project, the way we've approached it is we've taken Ed into a project executive level. So Ed would be over both projects and only both projects, which I think is a unique position that we would be willing to commit his resources to only those two projects. Kirby would be a manager of engineering, and both of those would be supported by staff in addition to what Richard Knight would be fulfilling for us. And I'd like for Richard to just come up and introduce himself and his firm.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I was before you once, did a brief introduction of my company, just in case if time has passed, I'd like to at least reintroduce. Pegasus has started in 2000. We're a minority-owned company. We've had the pleasure of being part of a number of very high-profile projects in the Metroplex, and have actually been joint venture partners with Gilbane on 3 projects. We are looking forward to being a part of this courts facilities project and hope that we can be fortunate to show you, as we will show you on the jail project with Gilbane, what we can deliver. And I'll have some more specifics when the time rolls around again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And since you know I don't do anything on a day-to-day basis, I'm going to let Ed tell you what we're going to do.
What do you do, John?
Are you superfluous?
I'll sit down.
I do whatever he tells me to do, I think. On this project, now I'm going to be a project executive, recently promoted with Gilbane. What I bring to you is court experience. You've asked us for our relative court experience. There's a few projects shown there. I'm also part of the Center of Excellence for Gilbane in courthouse construction. I travel across the nation gathering lessons learned and best practices and applying those to other courthouse projects Gilbane has. 2 of them are shown on the slide. One's Maricopa County. It's about 725,000 square foot courthouse in Phoenix, and the other I worked on was Harris County, which is already open, and it's about a 770,000 square foot project. Gilbane's done about 2.7 million square feet of courthouse projects only in Texas. Sustainable construction. We've done, Gilbane as a company has completed 55 sustainable projects, LEED certified projects. We have 150 accredited LEED professionals in our company. I'm currently working on a Richland College project. It's very early in this construction. We're building the frame, and it's the desire is to have gold, a LEED gold project. We're working on it now. I mean, so far we're recycling. We've diverted 90% of the trash from the landfill and recycled it. So I think we might have those 2 LEED points in hand. Only a few more to go. Pre-construction services. We've listed here some of our pre-construction services. Courthouses are unique projects. I love doing them. I like the complication of the project. the high qualities of finishes. And there's challenges in every one. Vertical transportation and circulation are challenges that we'd like to work with the architect and figure those out. We believe in mock-ups for courtrooms. I'm sure everybody's going to tell you that. But they're very important. Sight lines, get the feel, make sure it functions well for your judges. I really enjoyed working with the judicial staff and working with the architect and trying to come up with the best solution for your project. Last time, if you remember, we had Dinesh Gia here. We decided not to do that this time. But Dinesh will still be involved providing all those detailed estimates that you get, the value engineering, the value analysis, to give you the best project for the dollars available. I'm going to skip down and let Kirby, you want to talk about the MWBE?
Okay. I'll be working directly with Pegasus to administer and oversee Gilbane's Minority Outreach Program. It's through this program that we coordinate with the local contracting community and the various MWBE agencies to identify opportunities for them to work with Gilbane. We are also, Gilbane's very active in the minority community, whereas we visit with the open houses that the community outreach programs are administering, and we coordinate and we coordinate and network with the various trade contractors and membership to create a relationship with them. We've had success with this program by working with the various agencies. We've formed a relationship with the Rock Construction Company, which is a minority masonry contractor. They were successful on one of our projects, and we've since worked with them on 2 out-of-state projects for Bass Pro, and also with, they're currently working on the Dallas Community College project with us in Richland College. With Gilbane's exposure in the community and Richard's experience and contacts in the minority community, Gilbane will meet the county's requirements for minority participation. Richard.
Wow, can't see that at all.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You know, one of the services.
It makes just about as much sense when you hold it up there.
You know, one of the services we offer is.
Vanna, you're not.
I'm good for something, right?
Support. That's the kind of support we offer. The interdisciplinary document coordination, fancy name. It's a process that we do during the design phase to review the contract documents and to look for the relationship between different systems, components of the work, and make sure they all work together. We make recommendations to the architect to correct documents, and the whole purpose of it is to get you a more complete set of documents. So when you go out to bid the project, you get complete and tight bids. You have full scope covers. During the construction process, there's less questions asked. The job goes smoother. And, you know, every time you ask a question, the old RFI, request for information, a lot of times those come back and they're change orders, and they cost you dollars. So this is an upfront design phase service to try to minimize those questions and minimize change orders and to give you a better project overall. Construction phase services. Kirby is going to, again, talk about risk management. Scott's going to talk about quality and safety. What I want to talk about a little about the schedule. If you recall, I stood up here and gave you schedule reports, and what we did is we'd have a construction schedule, but we're always monitoring it. We're always tracking it. We're looking for how many linear foot of wall got installed each week, and did it meet our expectations. So we can track. Anybody can produce a schedule, but track it and make sure that you're adhering to it. And when you're not, take actions to get us back on schedule. Site logistics, well, we've worked in downtown Fort Worth. We know that Block 11 is going to be a challenge with the traffic around it, the increased traffic possibly from the Trinity project. Who knows? We're experiencing that. We know that the staging will be key, And we've worked with the city of Fort Worth and their traffic department to successfully solve those problems on other projects in downtown. So we look forward to doing that again.
In addition to contract administration, I'll also be handling the change management process, as they had mentioned. The change process primarily is where we identify, record, and track various changes that may impact the GMP or final budgets. I'd like to just talk about the change order process for a minute. A lot of the contractors are used to just turning in their price to the CM or general contractor, and the general contractor packages it up and sends it on to the owner or an architect for approval. That's not the way I handle the changes. Primarily what I'll do is I'll go do an independent, once we identify that there is a change and there's going to be costs associated with it, I'll go through, do an independent takeoff, come up with a cost base using Gilbane's resources, estimation resources, come up with a price. Once I get the contractor's price, I'll review it against our estimate. If they're grossly different, then I'll call the contractors in. We'll negotiate the change until we come up with a fair and equitable price. This process is used not just with the contractors, but also on Tarrant County Family Law Center project. We were able to, there was a change that was initiated, a painting change, $96,000 change, and I was able to get with the architect, let him know the price up front was $96,000. We agreed that it was not a fair price. I negotiated with the contractors to $72,000. We still figured that was not an adequate number. We went back. Because of our relationship with the architect, we were able to work out a different scope to where the change was revised in scope, and it ended up being a $45,000 change in lieu of the $96,000. That's what we do on all the changes. We diligently work to oversee that we are getting fair pricing on the changes. The Family Law Center project, we were able to, by our diligent work on change order process, we were able to realize a $206,000 savings by negotiating the changes. And I guarantee that on the Civil Courts project, I work just as diligently to achieve the same results.
This is part of the presentation where all the polish wears off. They got me up here talking. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about quality control. Some of the tools we use in quality control are things like a project-specific quality control plan. We utilize benchmarks on our projects where we'll take and build out an area that go ahead and put the finishes in it, the paint, the flooring, et cetera, and use that throughout the course of the project to go back to and if there's any question that we're straying away from, what everybody agreed on as what was set as a benchmark, we can go over and look at that. Mock-ups we also utilize. For instance, over at Children's a couple years ago, we put in, mocked up some rooms on a project over there where had a lot of the doctor's instruments, glove dispensers, different utility dispensers. We got it all in and everybody thought we were all good, and had one user group that we brought in and found out there was one particular type of phone that this user group used that everybody forgot about. Wouldn't fit in any of the walls that we had left, so we had, rearranged everything then in that mock-up, but we were able to do that ahead of time before we had any issues with building out, 50 different treatment rooms. Rolling completion list is listed on there. That's something that, a lot of people think of it as a punch list, but it's a list that we use throughout the project. We accumulate daily, we track, we send it out to the subs, walk through there and we see that, hey, this wall needs this wall needs that. It's just it's a good tool we use throughout the course of the project to keep track of did that get done? Yes, it did. We sign off on it. The subcontractors sign off on it. Talks about in-wall inspections. I mean, you figure, everybody does in-wall inspections, but what we like to do is we like to issue a color of paint to every one of our subcontractors that has something in the wall, and they don't get to paint the wall until they've got all their inspections from the city and so forth. But once I see all the different colors, and I get to go through with my color and put the color on there and say, okay, now we're ready to close that wall up. Now we can, everybody's good and we're ready to go ahead and move on to the next system, the next wall, the next area. The safety, the company's just got involved in a new program called Incident and Injury Free. Spent a bunch of money on it. And it's kind of a new concept. We've, I've been doing this for 33 years. The whole deal with safety has been, you're going to wear your safety glasses because I say so, because that's my rule. But this is more employee-friendly. We're trying to involve all the employees on the job, encourage them to bring pictures of their children, pictures of their wives, put them in places, common areas where they eat lunch, whatever, and say, in our safety meetings, this is why we work safely, guys. This is why we try to keep everybody else safe, so we can go home and play ball with our kids, so we can go home and watch our kids grow up, so we can go home and enjoy a dinner out with our wife. And we're having real good positive feedback, and along with that as well, we got some incentive plans for the guys as well. And we're finding that it's been a real benefit to us. And you might ask, well, how does that help me? Well, no lost time injuries means no delays on your project, and means we'll get it completed winter before the completion date.
HOK and Gilbane, we've got over 25 years experience working together. Over $3 billion in projects built. The two pictures at the bottom, the one, as I look at this screen on the left-hand side, is Houston Community College, which was done with HOK, and on the right in Beaumont is Christus Hospital Healthcare Facility. I can't complete the thing without talking about the Family Law Center. It was a successful project. It was successful working with the county, working with Commissioner's Court. At the end, there was no litigation. All the claims were resolved, and we still returned to you from our guaranteed maximum price, $500,000. Chip Kirby talked about the change orders, the value engineering. That was we'll say $50 a square foot project. And look at the quality of the project. Look at the richness of the materials. A lot of it was done through the value engineering, and the value analysis was done during the design phase. Scott talked about safety. The proof in safety is no lost time accidents. We worked 628,000 man hours with 0 lost time accidents. That's good for every worker out there and for all of us. A lot of recognition came to the county, and I was really happy to just be a part of this project. We won a national Building and Contractors ABC Eagle Award. Is one of the best project in that category in 2005. It also won the local Topping Out Award, Best Public Project in the Texas Construction Magazine. And personally, Gilbane Building Company, Kirby, Scott Cope, myself, even your current employee, Day Engel, we won the Builder of the Year for Gilbane Building Company in 2005, which was a great honor. And I thank you guys for helping me do that project.
Okay. Let me just kind of summarize for you what we've presented to you today. Court facilities, knowledge, and understanding. You've just had Ed present to you the basics of the civil courthouse, but it's important not to overlook the fact that that man alone has done over 2 million square feet of court facilities. I think there's a huge benefit to the county in capitalizing on something that is a proven individual with respect not only to the way he delivers work, but to his knowledge of court facilities. 2 million square feet that we're going to bring to the table with Ed's knowledge on your facility. Experience with HOK team. One of the projects shown on there, the hospital in Beaumont, was one of my accounts that I did with Tom Robson, who is now the president of HOK. So I've got a very, very high-level working relationship with HOK. What does that mean to Tarrant County? It means that we're not going to have any stumbling blocks with HOK. We're going to be able to work through those issues because of our relationship with them. Financial stability. I think you got to look at that in today's market. I think when you read the paper and you look at sureties like AIG and what's going on, we're covered by Travelers. We're still a privately held company. That's a big deal in today's market. I mean, we're the third oldest bond written by Travelers in the United States. That's how long and far back our relationship goes with them. Staff commitment. I presented to you today our top staff. We've made that commitment. We've reserved it for Tarrant County. We're willing to commit it along with the jail project, and we don't do that for any other clients. And I think that says a lot to the two-way working relationship that we've been able to achieve with Tarrant County over the years. Knowledge of Tarrant County departments. Take a look back there with Danny, purchasing, your auditing department. I think we've got a great working relationship with them. And I think when you look at how projects are delivered in this market, it's important to understand how the client works and recognize some of the challenges that the client has and how you overcome those. Our MWBE commitment, we made our goals on all of your projects. We see a very achievable goal on this project, and we're going to strive to do better than that. With Richard's help, we have no doubt that we're going to be able to achieve it. We presented to you our credentials before on our track record, and I just can't say enough that why change when you got a good thing going? We're delivering you a Class A facility, we're delivering you a Class A team, and we're going to continue to provide that level of service to Tarrant County. You're our most important client in North Texas to us. And last but not least, we think we've got some savings in staffing in the way we would structure this project along with the jail in utilizing Ed and Kirby's talents across both projects. So we're willing to sit down and talk about those in real terms as far as dollars. Appreciate the opportunity today and look forward to working with you on it. I'll open the floor up to any questions now.
Thank you, John. Any questions?
No, that fellow back there that's sitting there grinning, I remember a fellow that looked a whole lot like him, about 20 or so years retired up here, was brown-headed, young.
Danny.
Oh, was that you?
Danny.
I thought you were talking about me with hair.
Commissioner, I remember standing up here learning many lessons, too.
I was brown-headed again.
Any other questions? John, Ed, thank y'all.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
David, everything, yeah, we're waiting for the judge. We're ready to queue up. We have more. Y'all did pretty good this time. I'm impressed.
If we get a judge in there, we get started.
Yeah, I know. That's what they told me. Go ahead.
I'd like to introduce Mike McQuay with McCarthy Construction.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. And on behalf of the McCarthy team and the Byrne team here today, it's my pleasure to be able to start out our conversation with you relative to this exciting project that we're presenting on. Our agenda, we're going to try to stay true to the 20 or so minute program here with some Q&A to follow. We're going to talk about our team, our experience, some of the challenges relative to scheduling and the logistics. Of course, we have what we feel is a very well-run hub participation program with great successes that we're going to outline, and then close with some closing comments relative to our team. I want to just make a couple of comments and just give you a quick snapshot of the McCarthy organization. We are one of the oldest privately held contractors in the country. We've been around since the Civil War. There are 5 generations of McCarthy's, and they eventually sold the company to the employees. We're an employee-based company now. I think one reason why that's important to all our clients is that all our employees have a little bit of financial stake, if you will, in the company, and collectively we believe that contributes to producing great results for our clients. The one takeaway I'd like you to take from this particular slide is about 70% of our annual work program is with repeat clients, and repeat clients are simply those that hire us a second, third, and fourth, and fifth time. So, over $2 billion worth of work each year, we're working for our clients and producing consistent results for those clients where they're willing to say, hey, we're going to try you again, McCarthy. So with that, I'm going to close with those opening comments and have my partner, John Avila, talk a little bit about Byrne. Thank you.
Oops. Judge Whitley, Commissioners, good afternoon. First, let me just say that, to be clear, that this is a joint venture between McCarthy and Thomas S. Byrne, and McCarthy is the managing partner, the lead, if you will, for our partnership for this particular job. I've known Mike for many, many years and the McCarthy organization, and we have chased work on some other projects together. And we do that when one of us feels the situation is right for their type of experience or the size of the job or things like that. Now, we could certainly chase this job on our own, but I knew they would be doing it as well, and they have a tremendous courts experience. And so I called Mike and said, is this the one? And he said, let's do it. So that's the reason we've joined together, to enhance, we think, great value for Tarrant County. You know about Byrne, so I'll be brief. We're founded in 1923. We're in our 85th year of continuous operation as Tarrant County's oldest active contractor. We do work in Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, up and down the 35 corridor. We like to build as a traditional general contractor. We do CM at risk, construction manager, agent, and design build work. We have an annual volume that's about 350 to 400 million. We employ 134 professionals, and with our craftspeople for the self-perform work that we do, that number can swell to 200 to 250. Let's see what we got next. I'd like to introduce Don Hardenberg with CourtWorks. Let me tell you a little about this, and then you'll hear from him. Don is a courts expert and has done work throughout the United States. Certainly has been involved in design of courts here in Texas, including Dallas and Houston. And so with the rich experience of McCarthy and that of Byrne at courts, we felt let's add someone that's all that they do, to work with the architect during pre-construction and constructability and so forth. And I think that's going to bring some great value and cost savings and things like that to Tarrant County. With that, let me introduce Don Hardenberg.
I'm Don Hardenberg, Fort Worth. I work out of Williamsburg, Virginia. I spent 30 years working with courts, in court operations, courts management, and the last 20 years in courts facility planning and design area. I started my own company about 16 years ago, just to do court facility planning and design work. I've written guidelines, international guidelines on courthouse planning and design. I did for the National Center for State Courts. I've done design guides for the states of Virginia and Michigan, Colorado. I've done a lot of work throughout the country. I've done several projects in Texas in the planning and design phases of the projects in the Harris County Criminal Courts, the Travis County Civil and Dallas Civil Courts projects. Currently, I'm spending a lot of time up in Toronto area, Ontario, doing some work for the province of Ontario on planning and programming a number of courts up there. My role in the project, I'm sorry. Basically, my role in the project is going to be one of looking at design progress review, value engineering, and hopefully looking at the aspects of courts operations management that present some difficulties for design and construction, and give you some value for looking at the efficiencies of the construction process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen of the staff. My name is Monty Elliott. I'm the president of your favorite Fort Worth Tarrant County contracting company, E3 Contract Consultants. I really don't have probably enough time to tell you what a partnership like this means to a small firm like ours. I think the last time we were here, we kind of gave you some points about what the partnership with Thomas S. Byrne has meant to a company like E3. And key to that, I think last time I was here, I was by myself. I have two of my managers here who are going to be helping in support of this project when you decide to select us for this particular effort. Another point I want to make is that this is not a new partnership for this team. E3 has joint ventured with Thomas S. Byrne on a couple other projects. We've also completed 6 other projects in Fort Worth and Tarrant County successfully. So the partnership works, the mentorship works. It's all about them helping to grow small firms, and that's absolutely what's going to happen with this project. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about that piece, but given the time, I want to pass the baton to Ms. Wintersware.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're excited about being here, and I had about 20 seconds to say what I need to say, and what I want you to know is we're excited about this team. We have worked for 12 years with Monte and also with Byrne, so we're not coming to this organization as newcomers. Several of the projects we've worked on currently in Tarrant County College District, we've worked with John Peter Smith Health Network. We currently have a contract with the Health Network to also work with their Mwb program currently. We're excited about this project, and I'm more than willing to answer any questions you have about the upcoming project. We will be involved with the HUB program. Our responsibility will be community outreach, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This next slide addresses what we think are the advantages to the joint venture for Tarrant County, which first is a tremendous marriage of pre-construction personnel, estimating personnel, if you will, from 2 firms that do a tremendous amount of work in the Dallas-Fort Worth, North Texas area. All of our project management, field supervision will be coming from DFW. We don't have to import anybody like some outside firms may have to do. All of them have courts experience. The superintendent will be Walt Clompton, who you'll hear from later, who is a Byrne superintendent, the project manager from McCarthy. As we said, you'll see here some slides. McCarthy has tremendous courts facility experience, as do we. Not as much, of course, as a national firm like McCarthy, and that's the reason we wanted a JV with them. And then the ability to deliver unparalleled minority and women-owned inclusion on the projects. We've done well in that area, as well as McCarthy, and you'll see some of their stats later on, and to bring Tarrant County subcontractors that are not necessarily minority to a Tarrant County project. So obviously we will go outside the area to get the best pricing and so forth, but there won't be a Tarrant County sub or minority, women-owned or otherwise that won't receive an invite to take a look at this. We'll be seamless in our delivery. We've, as I've said, met together for many, many years. We're philosophically in accord. You're not that way with everyone, and we certainly won't leave those people nameless. But we like McCarthy, and that's why we're joined with them. Both firms are known for their quality. We're award-winning in many aspects of the projects we do, and we think these are some of the advantages to Byrne. Now I want to turn it over to James Leppo, the project director for McCarthy.
Actually, before we get to James, I'm going to introduce James here. But if I could, on behalf of McCarthy, I just wanted to mention a couple of additional things for consideration relative to our team. And one of the things I do want to stress to you all how comprehensive I think our team is relative to having those individuals who are experts not only on the pre-construction end, but on the construction portion of the project. Of course, McCarthy has national experience relative to courts and has a premier quality and safety program. And the real key and commitment that John and I are committing to you all is that we're going to make this project seamless relative to the delivery techniques, and we're going to get the best out of each company relative to project supervision in terms of predicting cost, quality, and so forth. So just a couple other thoughts for consideration. At this time, we're going to have our project team come forward. James Leppo is going to be our project executive, and with that, I'll turn it over to James. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm James Leppo. I'll be the project director on the job. I've been a Tarrant County resident for 20 years. I've been with McCarthy 8 years. Prior to joining McCarthy, I was with Sedalco, a local Fort Worth contractor, for 8 years. I was their operations manager. I'm very familiar with Tarrant County. Some of the jobs I've done that you may be aware of are the Bureau of Engraving and Printing Western Currency Facility, the UNT Health Science Center up there at 7th and Montgomery, and I renovated the Fort Worth Housing Authority facility, the school, and the Butler Housing Project. And then those big green American Airline hangars out at DFW Airport, those are all jobs that I've been associated with. As the project director on the job, I oversee both the pre-construction and the construction phases of the job. In the pre-construction phase, I mainly focus on budget, keeping the job within the budget. I help the design team with remaining on the schedule for the design process. And then what I bring is the logistics and the constructability review to that phase of the document development. And then as we shift into the construction phase, I oversee the project as far as quality, safety, schedule, the budget throughout the whole. So I'm your go-to guy from the beginning of pre-construction through the last warranty punch list item. I think we're bringing to you a great team today with McCarthy and Byrne joint ventured team with our consultants of CourtWorks, E3 Contract Consultants, and Ware and Associates. I'd like to introduce today. Thanks. Sorry. I'm a good construction guy, but not the greatest public speaker here. I'd like to introduce our 3 key team players. The first is Val Eldridge. Val will be our senior project manager. Val will be on site. Val will be responsible for the field administration side of the job He and I are working together now on the Dallas County Detention Center with Dan Savage from Dallas County. Val has 35 years of experience. Larry Steffen is our pre-construction director. Larry and I have worked on several jobs together. Larry will oversee the compilation and grouping our estimating team together during the budgeting process through the document development. Larry has over 5 years lead experience. He's a lead accredited professional. Within our local group of Byrne and McCarthy, we have over 20 lead APs, and we've completed or have under construction 10 lead projects, one being gold, several being silver, and several just certified. The benefit that we bring with this team is our lead APs will help the county meet their goals for the lead accreditation on the job. Walt Clopton will be our senior project superintendent on the job. Walt brings over 43 years of experience. He's a good man. He will oversee all our field operations, and Walt will be up here in a minute, and you'll hear more from him.
Just real quickly to take you through experience of both firms. Thomas S. Byrne has worked for John Peter Smith Health Network, having built the Tarrant County Public Health Facility and the JPS Health Center for Women. We also had the privilege of working for Commissioner Whitley when he was commissioner and did Precinct 3 maintenance facility out in his district. Tarrant County Family Law Center, which Gilbane was the CM. We actually we had to build the structure for those people. We built the entire structure, if you did not know that. They subbed it out to us. It's a $5 million package that we self-performed all of the concrete on. Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office expansion project, $16 million project. We are in the pre-construction phase for that project, and we're just now beginning to talk about the limited renovation that's going to take place in this building. We completed the Dallas County Old Red Courthouse over in across the Trinity for our neighbors, which was, of course, their courthouse, similar to ours, now a museum. But in that aspect, a great project. We did the entire exterior cleanup and remodel, and then the interior, and we added the bell tower to the top to take it back to what it looked like in the turn of the century. I'll close by saying we are currently, right now, doing 5 projects in and around the central business district of Fort Worth. So working in a downtown atmosphere, working in a cramped site is not a problem with us. We are doing that right now, so we know all of the ins and outs about something of that nature. City of Keller Town Hall, which included their courts, and we've gone on to do their municipal center, their recreation center, their police center, their fire station, and so forth, and are building their administrative buildings. With that, back to James.
McCarthy keeps historical records on all of our projects. This first slide that you're looking at are 2 of the larger jobs we've done for justice centers. The first one being in the state of Washington for King County, and the second one being in St. Louis. We're going to draw from those historical records our cost history, our scheduling information, and we actually keep the lessons learned from those jobs. In addition, we have the access to the personnel that were involved in those jobs as resources. Also, the St. Louis project up there was a HOK job, so we're very familiar with working with HOK. As far as local relevant projects, these are our 2 Dallas County projects. The first one we talked briefly about before with Val, the Dallas County Detention Center, and then the lower one is the Dallas County Institute of Forensic Sciences. What's relevant about these two slides is they are both HKS projects where we've worked with John Richardson's group. I'd like to talk a little bit about scheduling and quality control. We use the critical path method, CPM scheduling, you may hear it called, on all of our projects. We compile the information and put the logic together of the schedule, and we get subcontractor input, and then we update that schedule on a weekly basis. The schedule includes activities for procurement of materials, the work in place, and long lead items and items. And then as the work's progressing, we update it and use it in our meetings with our subcontractors. So on a weekly basis, we stay in touch on where we are on the critical path, so that if we know the critical path being the shortest path to the end of the job, if we slip a day, we'll know during that week what slipped and what we need to do to make up for it. When we put a CPM schedule together, we like to identify the key milestones. This being a courthouse, we think the building enclosure, the HVAC operational, and starting the finishes are going to be the key to the success on this job. So our critical path will run through our structure till we get the building enclosed, till we get the HVAC systems up and going, so we can bring in all the wood that is subject to environmental control issues if we don't. We'll be tracking the long lead items carefully, particularly on a weekly basis. We see some of the critical lead items as the millwork we talked about. The submittal process will be very important. The HVAC equipment and anything related to switchgear and power, and the granite. Granite is typically a long lead item. We want to watch that very carefully. What's probably more important than anything I've mentioned so far, I would say, would be the mock-ups. We are really a big pro mock-up builder. McCarthy has policies that we do building enclosure mock-ups, whether they're required by the documents or not. I'll talk a little bit in the future about BIM. Or we use software programs to actually do computer mock-ups of the mock-up, so that we know that's right when we go out there to build a mock-up. And then our mock-up isn't just for looks to look at the finishes. It's a useful mock-up that we test all the enclosures and the flashings with pressure treated, under pressure water to find out if there's any place where water can infiltrate the building, because we don't want it any more than you guys do. We would also highly recommend a full-scale mock-up of the courtroom to the layout, the millwork, the FF&E, and even the technology of where things are going to be presented during the court trial, so that the lawyers and the judges are very happy with the layout of the courtroom. I mentioned briefly building information modeling. It goes by BIM for short. The construction industry is finally hit the high-tech. We've been doing things 100 years the same way, and now with the computer programs, we're able to do 3D modeling, where we can take the mechanical, electrical, and look at all the stuff above the ceiling and identify the areas of conflict. And we can even take it 2 steps further, really, which is tie it into the schedule, so you can watch the building go up in accordance with the schedule in a 3D plan, and then and then tie that even to the budget for each item, so you can look at how the costs are going to be distributed during the construction process. The program they use now is called Revit, which allows us to do this. And in HKS, John Richardson's group, again, uses this all the time, and we're very familiar with it. The benefit is improved field quality control. I mentioned earlier that we'll also use it for the building enclosure mock-ups before the mock-ups are built. And what this really means is it's a reduction in changes. We identify problems early, which results in cost savings. I'd like to introduce Walt. He's our project superintendent, and he will be talking about project logistics.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, Walt.
Commissioners. My name is Walt Clopton. I've been since 1962 a Tarrant County resident. Did my whole construction career in this metropolitan area, so we're familiar with this area. Presently, my last job is Trinity Terrace on Penn in Texas. It was an 18-month job. We turned it over in 18 months. They've moved in. We've got a slide here that indicates, of course, all of us can read that, but these will be concerns when this project actually starts. You know, the construction phasing, sequencing, stormwater prevention, pollution. I know we'll have rainwater. We can't pump in the gutters. We'll filter and what have you, but that just flags that item. Good neighbor policy. Downtown, I've just worked with a Presbyterian church. Good neighbors. I mean, we've dust control, noise control, security. Temporary entrances. I know this project, we got Belknap, got Weatherford. Be real sensitive is how we treat the entrances to this project as far as construction. Utilities. I know an old site, we're going to find surprises. We're going to get there. They're going to be, what's this? But we'll address those early on to where they won't affect construction schedule. Storage and early procurement. Materials, steel, even drywall, what have you. It'll be real important to maybe early procurement and storage. I mean, we'll look into where we can get that and have storage that's satisfactory. Then to maximize the site for construction, it's limited. We're squeezed. And we all realize that we'd have to really maximize the use of the site. Secure the site and fence it, mainly for the public. We're going to have the public, we're going to disrupt, people, normal activities. Street rental, early on, right off the bat, in order to coordinate deliveries and what have you. We'll have to work on with the city traffic for staging and parking, and of course we'll rent street that's available. Materials routing, the way we work that, it's off the truck into the building, probably a staging off-site. We'll have each trade, each vendor have a staging area to where we can say, hey, bring your item on, off the truck into the site. Recycle. Our company recycles all our projects. We'll work these fences to where we can have recycled containers. We can access them. We can actually do construction recycle through this whole project. Now, we got here the use of Block 10. We know we don't own it. We'll pursue that. We'll try to pursue the Block 10. That's an area that would relieve, as much of the off-site business that we would need.
Well, we're working on that.
Boy, that'd be nice if you could have that. That would sure, it would free up some coordination.
We can give you the names of the trustees of the TCC.
Yeah. But anyway, that's on the agenda, where we would try that. So I'm going to move along here. This, of course, we're looking out the window. We're looking northeast. Of course, it shows traffic flow. And we had hoped we could work with the traffic, at least a lane, couple lanes on the east and west. I doubt we could do much. I know we won't do anything on Belknap as far as street rentals. And we'd hope we'd be early on in the design to where it'll have to have a tire crane. I mean, we can't have outside hoisting. So the design can facilitate, a stairwell, size it to where it'll facilitate a tire crane. If we do that early on, that's just a big problem as far as having to put it in the structure, put it there later. So we would hope we can be instrumental in that. On my job, I run the field. Safety, we got weekly safety. It's mandatory. It's teeth in the subcontracts as far as safety to these subs. Mandatory safety weekly meetings, monthly internal safety reviews. So we really stress, safety for our project. We're real quick. Thank you all.
Thank you, Walt. My name is Chris Peck, and I'm the Vice President of McCarthy's Texas Division. I'm also our company's Hub Outreach Coordinator. And I'd like just to, this is our last topic, is to just talk to you just for a second about the approaches that the McCarthy Burn team are going to take to really hope that we not only meet but exceed your expectations for Hub participation on this project. One of the things that we have a proven process in at McCarthy and is to bring Hub opportunities to the construction management at risk team, not merely go through that through the subcontracting during the construction phase. And so we have, and obviously in this case we're joint venturing with Byrne, but we've also brought on the consultants that you met earlier to really create a significant opportunity at the construction management at risk level. One of the things that we are very strong believers in is building capacity in the subcontracting community, and by bringing on Monty and Winters and others that bring in part of the top tier contract, they have an opportunity to really receive some mentorship from the team members and hopefully help them as they move forward with their individual products. We've got Winters going to help us with identifying subs here in Tarrant County. I take on a similar role in Dallas County, so collectively we think that we will bring a depth of subcontracting talent that are certified to this particular project. As John mentioned, he's doing quite a bit of work here with you all here at Tarrant County. So we certainly understand the reporting and the tracking systems that you have in place to make sure that we're meeting and exceeding your goals and objectives. And so we'll bring that to you. John has an incredible track record. This is a couple projects list from McCarthy's experience in North Texas, and we're quite confident that collectively the McCarthy Burn team is going to provide you with the kind of hub participation and process that will ultimately benefit those that participate on our projects. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to John and Mike.
Okay, great, thanks, Chris. Just a couple of closing comments on behalf of our team. And I really would like you all just to focus for a minute on our team, and I'm going to call out a few of their names because there's really two pieces to the process. There's the pre-construction or all the planning time frame, and we've got some time to really think things through, and we've got great strengths, I think, on the McCarthy and Byrne team relative to court experience. And that's critical. This is a court facility, and experience that's applicable is obviously very relevant. When you think of the pre-construction end, though, we're bringing on board with our team a court expert in Don. Okay, there's very few times when we are actually ourselves able to bring on, if you will, a subject matter expert like Don as part of our team right on the front end to work with the architects and engineers, so forth. And we've got Monty and Winters on the front end, so they're going to help us with in this planning process, this pre-construction process, really help round out the team relative to the process. I want to just note we've got, I think, some real, if you will, heavyweights relative to construction. We're not always able to bring folks of this magnitude to bear on the same project, and I think this is one of the real benefits of the McCarthy Byrne team. We've got Val Eldridge, and if you didn't hear it, 35 years worth of experience, currently working on institutional work right now. And of course, Walt, 42 years in the business. Two of our heavyweights from each company we're going to bring to bear to produce the best outcomes we can for this project. So I ask for you to consider our team, the pre-construction team and the construction team. And with that, I'll let John make a couple of closing comments.
Thank you, Mike. I think I would just say in closing that I would like you to focus on value and the notion that anybody you're speaking to today can deliver you pre-construction services and build a project. And unlike many other institutions in the city, I think this Commissioners Court has done a wonderful job in being stewards of the taxpayers' money and what we do and what you do. I think we can do better, is what I would say in terms of buildings of this size and how they've come together in the past. And that's the commitment that I think McCarthy Byrne will bring to you for this particular project. You will get the best value. You will get the most economic pricing. You will get quality that befits an institutional building of this type. And as Mike said, you'll have the subject matter experts to help the architectural firms. Not that they know them, but we've worked with both of them. We know the players. They know us. There's respect. The subcontractors, the minority community, and so forth. It's just a a perfect fit for a lot of moving parts, if you will. And so you always ask by asking for the job, and we'd like to build this facility for you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
John, Mike, thank you very much. Any questions, court members?
I'd just like to know where McCarthy is based.
Our corporate headquarters is in St. Louis, Missouri. And just to note, your architect, HOK, headquarters. So we've done, I'm 50 jobs with HOK. We've done a multitude of jobs in 30 or 40 years now. So they've been a real partner for us. Our Dallas, our headquarters here in the DFW area is in
And we've probably done over 50 jobs with HKS, and we've also worked with HOK as well. So we're known entities with the architecture.
Any other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
10 minutes. 5 minutes.
them here for 10 minutes.
Oh, you hadn't been gone for
We're live. The last one ran longer than time was allowed.
Yeah, I think we noted that. I did.
I'd like to introduce Doug Thompson, the Vice President with Yates Construction.
Thank you, David.
Doug, how are you?
Great. How are you today?
Great.
I know you guys have had a long day, and we decided not to put you to sleep with PowerPoint, so we'll do a little low-tech here, if you don't mind. Again, my name's Doug Thompson. I'm Vice President of the Yates-Vendime Joint Venture. We're here today to talk to you about a couple of things. One, we'd like to share with you some stories about our experience in this type of building and introduce you to our team, and also explain to you why we want to work with Tarrant County. You know, Tarrant County is one of the top counties in Texas, fast-growing, and this is a very high-profile project, and we're very interested in working with you guys. It's really personal with me, though. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I live right here in Fort Worth, up in Mistletoe Heights. In addition to being a lead accredited professional, I teach a class at UTA every year in the architecture department. In addition, as a former elected official as well, I kind of relate to what you guys have to go through with the taxpayers. And we do take it seriously, the fiduciary duty we have to the taxpayers. Heck, I'm spending my money as a taxpayer. I want to introduce our team with you. First, my partner. I'll try to turn around so you can hear me. But Anthony Burks is our joint venture partner. I'm just going to start over here. We have Tiffany Cervantes. We have Jeff Parnell. We have Allison Young, Ray Waddell, Randy Wisdom. We got Cornell Clark. Behind me, John Avila in our Fort Worth office. There's Chuck Sims, project manager. William Yates, our president and CEO. Kelly Keeler, superintendent. Patrick Lazari, who is director of sustainable services. And have Luis Galnares, who is our director of pre-construction and estimating. Did I miss anybody? This isn't a Verizon commercial, I promise you. We do have over 7,000 employees at Yates, and that's the kind of support mechanism that you do have when you engage us. We have over 1 million square feet of courts building experience. We've got a lot of experience with HKS and HOK. I know that's the team that you've selected to design. I personally worked with them on several projects. And importantly, we have a lot of experience in LEED and sustainable construction. As I said, I'm LEED accredited. Our entire estimating team is LEED accredited professionals, and we're in the process of getting everybody on the project staff in our Texas division to pass the test and become accredited. With that, I'd like to bring Patrick Lazari up here, who's our Director of Sustainable Services, just to talk a little bit about our LEED experience.
Thank you, Doug. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick Lazari. I'm the Director of Sustainable Services for Yates Construction. I'm also going to be the lead coordinator for this project. What I'd like to do in this short, brief moment presentation, I would like to just highlight our experience, but also commitment to sustainability, and specifically the LEED rating system. I also have a personal tie to this because I always get excited when we do another LEED project. I think it's the right way to go. The Yates Company has been a national USGBC member for five years now. We have over 15 projects, LEED projects, that have been built or currently ongoing. We are also engaged in the evolution of the U.S. Green Building Council, the LEED process. So myself, I'm the vice chair and co-founder of the U.S. Green Building Chapter, Mississippi, and also sit on the council, the Southeast Regional Council. We also put a lot of emphasis on education, like Doug was saying. We have gone from 4 LEED APs in the company last year to 45 as of last month. It's been an exciting process. Everybody is really turned on with this system, and we're trying to emphasize that on every project that we do. And what a better way to learn the system than building our own LEED facility. We have just completed a LEED Gold, the first one in Mississippi, facility of our own in Philadelphia. We play the owner's role, the contractor's role. We play the users, or we had to, we were the users of the building, so we looked at the building from a holistic perspective and not only focused on the first cost savings, but also on long-term potential savings and comfort for the users.
Excuse me, is that building represented on one of these?
Yes,
photos?
that's the one right there, correct. That's the one that I really want to highlight. We learned a lot from that process, and we did that to just show that we not only talk the talk, but we also walk the walk. And another building that I want to emphasize is the one on the top left. That's the rail car manufacturing facility in Alabama. When completed, it will be the largest industrial LEED certified facility in the world. And another project, which is actually not highlighted here, it's a military housing project in Mississippi. When completed, again, will also be the largest residential project, LEED project in the United States. It will double the amount of LEED certified homes that currently are in the market. So we're proud to be involved with those projects. We're also proud to be involved with a LEED pursuing project, a U.S. courthouse in Jackson, Mississippi, and the FBI project in Houston. Those are both 2 LEED certified projects. The U.S. courthouse in Jackson is the one to the farthest down to the right. And the FBI building did not have space on the board. We finally, I just want to let you know that we are excited about this. We're excited about using the LEED rating system, and we intend to transfer our knowledge, experience, and commitment to your project to make it successful. And again, not only through potential first cost savings, but also for long-term savings, energy savings, but also benefits to the users. Thank you.
Don't take my notes. I'll be lost. As Patrick pointed out, I do want to reemphasize one point, is that when you do a sustainable building, you worry about energy cost. And again, that's what we need to do to help reduce the cost of the operations for the county and lower my taxes, hopefully. I want to introduce our partner, Anthony Burks. I don't know if you ask people about Anthony Burke and you ask the answer you get people that talk about he's honest, he's ethical, and he's passionate and committed to his hometown, which is Fort Worth, and committed to growing his company, which is what we're here for. Is part of the requirement. The part of our obligation is to grow capacity within the Fort Worth minority community, and that's one of the reasons that we do what we do. You know, he's doing outstanding work for the city of Fort Worth right now. He's doing outstanding work for Fort Worth ISD. And he's a really great individual, and we're certainly glad to have him as our partner, not only on this project, but we're working together on other projects. This is a long-term relationship, and he'll talk just a little bit about that. So I'll introduce Anthony.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. I must say that I am very, very excited to be here today. And I must say that the reason I'm excited is not just because I'm a Fort Worth boy, not just because I'm from East Fort Worth, but because our company, Vendime, is a company that's on the move and a company that's actually growing. Personally, I'm an individual that was raised in Stop 6, an area that has been economically oppressed for as long as I can remember. I'm an individual that has been educated in all the school systems here in the Stop 6 area, an individual that graduated as a valedictorian of his senior class in high school, and also the captain of the state championship basketball team in '93, Dunbar Wildcats. So I must say that. And I graduated from TCU. But I got to go back to the championship theme. I truly believe that the Yates-Vendime relationship is a championship team, and we're excited about that. Now, after going through fruitless different counts of MWB programs and mentorship programs with the other bigger construction companies that didn't amount to opportunities, had an opportunity to sort out Yates Construction and find out that Yates was more than just a $2 billion organization. But the individuals that they had in the company were very sincere about growing capacity in companies like Vendine. So after sitting down with Doug Thompson and John McKay and noticing their sincerity, and I also believe that they noticed the authenticity and the integrity in Vendime as well, we came together with this collaboration and this partnership. And by the way, they put their money where their mouth is. A lot of companies want to talk about we're going to grow capacity, we're going to build companies, but they never do it. So what they basically did on the project with Birdville ISD Technology Center, they said, you know what, Anthony, you guys didn't have anything to do with the logistical work of it. You didn't have anything to do with the hub. There's no hub participation on the project. There's no MWB participation on the project. But we want to show you that we're committed to this team, and we want to grow your organization and your company. And so that's what they did. To date, we have $500,000 worth of work signed on the Birdville ISD Technology Project that originally has no hub participation to it. So if that's not being committed to building capacity, I don't know what is. But also, I truly believe that Vendime is totally the paradigm for what our city officials and our county officials meant when they said they want to build capacity right here in the area. And that's what we're about. Now, what are we going to bring to the project? The three most important things we're going to bring to this project is, number one, problem solving. We're going to bring problem solving to this project much like we bring to the Fort Worth ISD project that we're working on right now with Metro Opportunity Schools. Okay, where we're having to sit down with the architects, where we're having to sit down with the project director from Fort Worth ISD, and we're actually having to sit down with our senior project management team to figure out what we need to do on longer lead time items and sit down and communicate this with the individuals on staff to make sure that this project comes on time and under budget. Number two, we're going to bring over 100 years worth of construction experience to this project. So we're not just going to go sit in a trailer and just collect a check and just say, hey, thank you so much for hub participation. But we're going to bring experience in the areas of estimating, project management, as well as superintendent. Now, number three, the part that I'm probably the most passionate about, because our company in the last couple of years have been in this situation, hub participation. I know you've had a lot of other generals to come in here and say we're going to meet and exceed hub participation. But it's personal with me. It's totally personal. And so we're going to team with the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, with the Black Chambers of Commerce. I'm going to see to it that we exceed the participation amount for this particular project. So with that said, again, I'm very excited to join our big brothers in the construction industry, Yates Construction, and we look forward to bringing this project in on time, under budget. Thank you so much. Doug.
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. I'd like at this time to bring up some of the team members and let them talk to you. I'll reintroduce to you Chuck Sams, your project manager, Kelly Keeler, superintendent, and Luis Galnares, who is our director of pre-construction and estimating.
Thank you, Doug. I can't begin to tell you all how excited I am about this job for two main reasons. Currently, I'm working on the FBI office in Houston, Texas, where we just got a little downpour called Hurricane Ike, and the George Allen Civil Courthouse in a little town just east of here. Y'all might know the name of it. I'm not sure, but it seems like my career has been focused in on coming to a job just like this. And that really is my passion right now, is to have my career build and to do a job that is going to be something great for a great client like y'all, Tarrant County. The Yates Vendime team brings knowledge to this project, as Doug mentioned, throughout 1 million square foot of courthouses. With that, just adding on to that, I can tell y'all, we figured out how to do courthouses. We don't have to use Tarrant County's money, Tarrant County's time, Tarrant County's resources to do this again. We figured it out. We don't have to bother y'all with that anymore. Some of the things we focus in on in these courthouses are millwork. This whole room's filled with it. We know that fit, finish, and function is very important to y'all and to your judges and your staff back there. We focus in on that and try to and ensure that we have a good product for y'all. Security, maintaining that security envelope for your judges and your judges' staff is paramount. When I was at George Allen, I found 3 breaches in their security system that we were able to address with the architect and owners and get resolved. Another item that takes a massive amount of work is MEP coordination. It seems like year after year, architects and designers want to put more and more stuff in these ceilings, and it gets harder and harder to work through these things, but we've got the experience and the ability to do that. Working in the downtown atmosphere, we've been doing that for years and years and years. We've got an immense amount of experience on what it takes to go vertical and not be able to go horizontally. LEED, as Patrick talked about before, it's the new standard for construction. It may not be on every job, but it is involved in every job in some aspect. You may not have a LEED accredited or a LEED certified building, but it's going to incorporate some aspects of LEED into it. Customer relationships. Doug said before, and I said before, we want y'all as a client. In my duties, daily duties, it's going to be to apprise y'all of the schedule, costs, and issues that may arise, and what steps we're going to take to resolve those. Last, one of the greatest things I've been a part of with Yates is being able to work with these guys right here behind me and know that I can count on them and they can count on me. I don't have to worry about them not doing what they're supposed to, and they don't have to worry about me doing what I'm supposed to. And to close, my job, my goal is to create a predictable job for y'all. And if that sounds funny, it's simple. I don't want y'all to have any surprises out here. That's my bottom line. Y'all want a project, we want to give you one. Simple as that. With that, Kelly?
I need to warn you, I'm not the great public speaker that some of the guys up here before me, but I do enjoy construction and I do enjoy building things. I'm currently the project superintendent on the Lubbock County Jail that we're building for Lubbock County in Lubbock, Texas. The facilities consist of 6 pods. I believe there's a representation on one of the cue boards once it gets it up. But it consists of 6 pods with 1,250 beds. It has its own admin area, its own pre-booking, booking, release. It's a self-supported medical facility. It has its own kitchen facility, its own laundry facility. It also has its own central utilities plant. It's more or less an entity that can stand on its own. It's been a great project. We've been able to establish some wonderful relationships with the county commissioners of Lubbock County. I think you can see that evident as one of the quotes there from James Kitten. He was the commissioner of Precinct 2 in Lubbock County at the time we began that job. I don't know if any of y'all had the chance to meet him or know of him, but he's an outstanding individual. As project superintendent for the Tarrant County Courthouse, I will bring the same drive, the same enthusiasm, the same ambition that we've used at Lubbock County Jail. This could entail, anywhere from having weekly meetings, owners' meetings, whatever's necessary, to pull off that project. I understand the challenges that are ahead of Yates Construction building in a downtown area, the limited laydown space, the limited storage space, the issues and trials that you have to go through to maybe get a city street closed down to make a 3:30 a.m. pour or a 4 a.m. pour just to keep your concrete out of traffic, just to keep the job on schedule. I also am a strong advocate of a strong pre-construction process. Matter of fact, Yates was not able to be a part of the pre-construction process at Lubbock County Jail, and I believe we could have really saved them some time and some money on a few things. Point being, their foundation on that jail was set up on spread footers with 4-foot knee walls below grade that actually transfer through the slab and hold up the walls. First thing we looked at when we got up there was a soils report, and we could already see that we may have been able to save some money if we went with a pier and beam design instead of the spread footer. That could have possibly saved at least 2 months of schedule and probably about 8,000 to 10,000 cubic yards of concrete. I'm also a very strong advocate of a quality assurance program. I was a manager of the QA/QC program for Texas Instrument for 2 years on their campus in North Dallas. I was involved very heavily in 2 different jobs there, DMOS 5 and DMOS 6. I understand how a quality program is supposed to be run, and I also understand that the program is just, it's as good as the subcontractors that buy into it, and if you can create that culture of quality on your job, similar to a culture of safety. if you don't get the subs to buy into it, then it's really not worth the paper it's written on. So with that being said, I just want to assure you that I'm going to protect your investment, and Yates is going to protect your investment. And like I said, I love to build stuff. I haven't seen anything yet that I cannot build, and I don't want to be proven wrong on this one either. So thank you for your time. This is Lewis.
Good afternoon. Wow, I don't know if I can top these guys. Well, I'll be your lead in pre-construction, and really, as I've been listening to what's been said today, we've already talked a lot about pre-construction, whether in spirit or technology. Most important thing on the pre-construction is we have to spend your money. We have to spend your money wisely and effectively. That's where you're going to hire us for. We have to meet your goals, meet your needs, your budget. We know this is not an unlimited budget, so we have to meet that criteria. So how do we do that? Well, we've heard from Anthony. He talked about problem solving. That's one of the things we do in pre-construction is problem solving, and we listen to what you need. We have a dedicated staff, which is all lead APs, so we know what to do to get your lead certification. As a matter of fact, I think Patrick was being a little bit modest. He's probably going to be the first private lead home in Mississippi because he's really living the talk. He's, I think, ordering roof today, what he was telling me. So he really knows his product. He's an expert in this field. With Vendime, we have Cornell, we've got Jeff, we've got Anthony, who are well dialed into this area. I mean, they know Fort Worth, they know the subs, they know the quality of work that we're looking for, and I can't be any more passionate than Anthony. I mean, I know our hub plan and our minority participation is going to be second to none. It's first rate. It's going to be a great job in this manner. Also, what Yates Vendime brings to the to this pre-construction is our in-house expertise, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. We have concrete, masonry, drywall, all these different disciplines. We have experts in-house that work for Yates. They're part of the 7,000 and counting that are in our family, and that technology and that expertise is going to be part of your pre-construction, along with the subcontractors. So we really will be able to tap in and search for every possible idea that we can. Additionally, Yates we just got done with 12 months of pre-construction for a federal courthouse with a GSA. That is brand new experience. It's fresh numbers. It's information that we're also going to use to benefit this project during the pre-construction process. All those things that we learned, things to do, not to do, we're going to bring those into the team. We used the BIM system and cost analysis. That helped reduce the project on value engineering by 10 to 15%. It was a big hit, very successful. In using BIM, we're going to reduce the amount of RFIs that are going to be produced in the job because we've already seen that. We've gone through the modeling. We're going to look through that with the architects. Last thing I'd like to talk about is a little bit about value engineering. We've heard about the Birdville ISD. Yes, we can use that one right there. That's a project with HKS. It was over budget. We had about a 2 to 3 week period, to value engineer it because we had to meet the board's deadline. And it was a total success. We actually found over $1 million worth of value engineering. The owner selected only 600, and the reason I say that's a success is because we were able to VE the skeleton, the roofing, interior systems that nobody sees. They did not affect the look of the building. They're still getting the building that they want. We did offer some alternate materials for the windows and for the storefronts, but they still have the project that they started out with. We didn't have to remove a floor, change a facade, nothing like that. And if there's ever a need to add anything to it, we still know where to go and maybe change a little bit of that project. So it was very successful, and it was done in a very short period of time. But again, that's what this Yates Vendime group brings to the table. There are a few additional things that need to be said, and I'll let Doug continue on, but I do thank you for your time, and as an estimator, where are my drawings? I'm ready for them.
Thank you, Lewis. I would like to point out one thing on that value engineering that the team was able to achieve is the roofing system was completely changed. In doing so, we reduced not only the cost, but we reduced the maintenance on that building significantly by changing roofing systems. So that's the kind of thing we'll look not only on first cost, we want to look all the way out there and make sure we're helping you make the right decision for your buildings and for the taxpayers. I guess, I'd like to sort of recap a little bit. We've talked about our experience. We've talked a little bit about, the experience of the team that we provided. We certainly hope that we've demonstrated that we have the ability and the skill set to make this project successful with your architect and you guys. The relationship with HKS and HOK is long, and we've done lots of projects, and we know how they think, we know how they operate, so there's no learning curve there either. It's like when Chuck said, we're not going to have to learn how to build a courthouse. We don't have to learn how the architects think and work either, and that's a plus. I mean, we've done quite a few projects with them. The lead experience, I won't go any deeper into that, but we're all very passionate about that. Obviously, we think it's the right decision from an energy use and the right thing to leave our grandchildren with something a little bit left when we pass on. And so I think that's an important aspect of any kind of building program. And of course, the minority program that we've talked about, I'm confident that we'll, way exceed, any goals that you have. We bid a job for the University of Texas, Dallas, 2-3 weeks ago, and we had a 52% participation. And we were real proud of that. I mean, that's the kind of goals we're going to go after. We're going to do it right. And we're going to build capacity, and we're going to go after the Fort Worth local market and do that. With that, that's really, other than we really want to do this job for you guys. That's our prepared comments. We're ready for questions and answers. I would like a couple of minutes at the end of Q&A for William Yates, our president, just to say a few closing remarks, if that's all right with you.
Okay. Court members, questions at this time?
Let's hear from Mr. Yates.
Just a comment.
Quick comment, Mr. Judge, Commissioners, good to see you guys again. Quickly, I hope your takeaways are the commitment and the experience and really the passion of our team. It's not about me, it's about the team. The guys are going to be on the ground every day. And my personal commitment to you is that they're going to get whatever corporate resources they need from me to be successful. If they're successful, your project will be a success, and we're going to make sure that happens. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Yates.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
members of the court, you do have a scoring sheet. If you will complete those and forward them to me, I would appreciate it.
When would you like them?
Either today or tomorrow.
Sure. What if I'm not going to be here?
Today is fine.
I'll take one.